Good evening. The Town of Los Gatos Council meeting for October 7, 2025 is called to order. Could we please have the roll?
Councilmember Bristow.
Here.
Councilmember Ennie. Councilmember Ennie.
Here.
Councilmember Badami.
Here.
Vice Mayor Moore.
Here.
Mayor Hudis.
Here. And since Councilmember Rennie is not here in person, when we are voting, we'll be taking a roll call vote on those items. Let's have the Pledge of Allegiance. So I'd like to invite Pravin Balasingam up to help lead the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
Under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Just hang on a minute here. So I'd like to thank Pravin for doing this. He's been a member of our Youth Commission for all 4 years of high school. That's terrific. He loves studying biology and psychology, and he's always up for a great camping trip and likes the outdoors. He's also received the Presidential Service Award and various service projects, including community gardening and cards for hospitalized kids. So we're delighted to have you do our pledge tonight, and thank you very much. And you can shake hands with the other council members. Okay, thank you. I don't think we have any presentations tonight, correct? Okay, so we'll move on to the consent items, and this is items, let's see, 1 through 10, and I have a couple of announcements with regard to them. With regard to item 5, the recommendation is to authorize the town manager to potentially execute an agreement for services attachment 1 with Cosmont Realty for brokerage services for the disposition of 4 Tate Avenue property for an amount not to exceed 3% of the property sales price pending negotiations. Authorize a revenue budget adjustment in an amount up to the property sale price, and authorize an expenditure budget adjustment in an amount up to 3% of the property sale price. And with regard to number 6, Government Code 54953 requires a public announcement of the recommendation for a final action on the salaries, salary schedules, or compensation paid to a local agency executive. Pursuant to this code, the Town Council will be taking action on the creation of the Administrative Services Director position with the consent calendar. The salary range for this position will be $204,030 to $275,441. The benefits for the position will be the same as others in the management employee group. And so with that, we have 10 items. I'm going to see if there's verbal communications on any of those. And I do have one card and maybe another one coming up here. So, Seuss.
That's, I'm not using Dr. Seuss, I'm just using Seuss. I always like to start out with a little humor since this is a cat and hat town. Oh, say, can you say, oh, my brothers, oh, my sisters, there are troubled tongues twisters today. Okay, I am pointing out again the consent for number 2, that members of the public, which is me, comments and concerns related to item 2, which is this one. And I always say, hey, and on the bottom one too, the verbal, the same thing. When you're putting it, I've been saying basically the same thing: Civil War, water bills, stuff like that. And I'd like to have this polled because Measure A, for one thing, last time, 137 out of 145 is 94.48%, and that means those go to the county, and that means that the high school guy came and said 2 kids got carted off, and that means those 2 kids are probably went to the county, and that has to have more discussion than what's going on. If you follow my, because there was 134 out of 97, 134 out of 145 people went to the county. There was emergency stuff. And I don't know about you, but, I think I'm the only one here probably that didn't mouth to mouth on a Marine and had to say, because they couldn't get somebody there in time. And it is, if you have a close hospital, you got to get there. And if there's kids, like I said, if 2 kids got hurt really close, you don't cart them all the way off, and you're looking at a lawsuit type thing. So I'd hope that you pull whatever measure A, because you had a presentation and all that stuff, and the towns to be liable for big things. I know my time's coming up, so I just want to point that out. Any questions?
Councilmember Badami.
Thank you, Seuss, for coming tonight. Can you confirm you want to pull item number 2, which is the minutes of the meeting?
Yeah, to talk over actually what went down, like you have a little bit more discussion because a lot of it comes up in the minutes, and this is the time to pull an item to see if everything that you're saying is reflecting on what's being written down, because a lot of people just want to see the synopsis of it and not look at the whole meeting. Does that?
Thank you. You answered my question.
Okay. Anything else?
Okay, thank you. I have another speaker, Karen Yamamoto, please.
Hi, good evening, Councilmember. I'm Karen Yamamoto. I'm a resident here. I'm concerned about the Tate property, for Tate. I don't like the idea of you guys selling it. I know that you guys are looking for revenue to help balance the budget, but that's our history. If we're not careful, that property will be destroyed. It was one of the oldest buildings in Los Gatos. I'm seeing more properties coming up for sale. Most of them are before the 1941 and are part of the Historical Society's list. We need to preserve our history, not change it. And by having a property brokerage, a realtor, we got to make sure that there are strict guidelines on the sale of this property. It should be preserved. It's not only ours, Los Gatos, but it's California's. It's got a long history and a beautiful, beautiful backstory that you guys need to know and understand. And our children, it was one of the first field trips that both my kids took in elementary school. Many people here all remember taking their kids or being maybe that kid that went to the Adobe House Museum. It's important to keep and preserve our history. And I'm seeing way too much of it going. As council members, it is your responsibility to help protect our community, our history, and to educate our children on it. Without that, we might as well just be like any other city. What changes, what is different about Los Gatos than any other city around is that cute little community that we have. Most of the buildings built before 1941 were built by the community, not by businesses, not by corporations, not by some other, but by neighbors. And I know for a fact that those people work very hard on them. And it brings people together. We need to preserve that. Thank you.
Thank you. I did have a couple questions. I just wonder if you're aware that that property is currently zoned commercial and that there are historic protections on that property.
I am aware of that.
Let me finish. And there are additional measures, historic conservation measures, that can be placed on that property as well.
That's what I'm asking you guys to do.
Okay, thank you.
That is exactly what I'm asking you to do. Preserve our community, preserve that building, preserve that property.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't have any other cards on the consent calendar. So I'm looking for discussion from council members or a motion. Councilmember Risto?
Thank you. Before I make a motion, I'll just point out that due to the proximity of my historic home to the Tate property, I will abstain from voting on item 5, but I'm willing to make a motion to approve items 1 through 4 and 6 through 10, if we want to pull them apart.
Okay, do we have a second?
Sure, I'll second. And I just wanted to comment on item 10 briefly, that I support the item. I just want to thank our hardworking general plan committee for all the effort that they've put in over the years. I understand the reason for sunsetting it at this point, but I just want to thank our hardworking folks that have spent lots of hours working through general plan issues.
Thank you. I would add a comment to that I agree, and having served on that committee and seeing a bit of overlap with the other commission, I definitely support the recommendation to sunset that committee. I also want to point out that recommendation came from the chair of that committee himself. So he, Ryan Rosenberg, recognized this and brought it to the attention of that committee that forwarded the recommendation that's now in front of council tonight. Councilmember Risto.
Yeah, and I would like to say, as a member of the General Plan Committee, when we had that discussion, there just haven't been a lot of items, and it was redundant with a lot of the work that ends up going to the Planning Commission. And so I think as we had that discussion, it became unanimous among all members to forward this recommendation. So we're voting ourselves out of a position.
Okay, I don't see any further questions. We've taken public comment. So items 1 through 4 and 6 through 10. All in favor? Let's take a roll call vote, or let's just go through the roll.
Councilmember Risto?
Aye.
Councilmember Ennie?
Aye.
Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Moore?
Aye.
Mayor Hudas?
Aye. And that leaves item 5. Would anyone like to make a motion on that? Vice Mayor?
Move approval of item 5.
Councilmember Badami?
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? So let's take a roll call on that, please.
Councilmember Risto?
Abstain.
Councilmember Ennie?
Aye.
Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Moore?
Aye.
Mayor Hudas?
Aye. So that brings us to the end of our consent items. And now, let's see. Do I have any cards for verbal? Okay, yeah. So I have a stack of cards for verbal communications. And so Mr. Cassell and then Mr. Scott.
Ron Castle, 128 Magnuson Terrace, Los Gatos, Cal. Been there for 55 years. Taught at Los Gatos High School for 33 of those years. Fellow Rotarian. I want to take you on a virtual trip tonight for just a moment. I'll be the passenger, you be the driver. It's late. We've had dinner at Kings Court, Blossom Hill and Los Gatos Boulevard, and you're driving. You turn out of Kings Court, flip a U at Blossom Hill, and you're headed south on Los Gatos Boulevard. Oh, by the way, let's turn here, turn left. As I turn left, or you turn left, wow, out of the brush in the median strip, here comes a car. And it's out of the 25-mile zone, and it's headed into the 35. So it's accelerating. And I'm trying to get the driver to turn left. Oh, there they go, cross. Oh, here comes that car. And oh my gosh, in the crosswalk, in the dark, black clothes, can't see, 9:30 at night, there is a pedestrian. They jump. You hit the brakes soon enough, I hope. Counsel, I have been in that situation more than once. I have presented to you through Jen here a packet that I trust you have. We need a street light over that bus stop. Yes, it could be solar powered. Either that or we need the buttons in the crosswalk with a crosswalk push button on the side for pedestrians to go across to illuminate that. June 13th, I nearly had the experience I just took you through. I do not stand alone. If you have the packet that I entrust you have, you see many signatures. They feel the same. And there's others here this evening that may speak to this. Mike Vroman, who you know, Parks and Public Works, sent me a response email to me, which is in your packet, which I consider, I'm sorry, unsatisfactory. He suggests that the light in front of A&M Motor across the street is enough illumination. He even sent a picture of it. It's attached.
Thank you, Mr. Castle, and I apologize for pronouncing your name wrong. Wayne Scott, and then Monesh Wadya.
Good evening. My name is Wayne Scott. I live at 108 Magnuson Terrace. I lived there about a little over 15 years. I, too, have had some pretty harrowing experiences turning, oh, sorry, I'm a little taller. Right. Turning left from Los Gatos Boulevard to get down to Magnuson Terrace. So I'm looking at cars coming, this is late at night generally because I work sometimes pretty late. Cars coming at me, I guess they're going north. I'm focusing on them. I turn around and I see a person over there. Sometimes they're wearing dark. The problem is the background is dark, and sometimes these folks don't wear bright clothes like they should at night. So it's pretty scary. And I'm trying to think how we can help that situation. One thing is that if lights are expensive, if you run wires and stuff like that, but I'm an engineer, so I have some background, some ideas that perhaps we could put some, as Ron also mentioned, some kind of a solar-powered light over that bus stop and a battery, and so that the thing could last, even if it lasted till like midnight, it doesn't have to last all night long, but it keep some illumination there, because I think I'm just worried someday that there's some accident's going to happen there. Somebody's going to get injured. So what else can I say? Another issue that's not related to lighting, but there's a fence there that I actually had a young man land on my hood of my car. When I turned right, there's a fence there that's kind of tall, and so I'm looking out this way for cars coming, and this guy comes down the sidewalk, and I can't see him, and he actually ran into my car, landed on my hood. So perhaps we could take a look at that fence and lower the height. It's also a safety issue there. Any questions? I have nothing more to say.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Scott.
Okay.
Don't see any. Mr.
Rush, yes.
Mr. Waidya?
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Town Council. My name is Manish Vaidya. I live at 120 Magnuson Terrace. I've lived there for 17 years. Love the neighborhood, love the town, love my neighbors, Ron and Wayne. Two things I want to say. One, the town just finished a upgrade on Shannon, which is right by our neighborhood, added bicycle lanes and pedestrian walkways. Congratulations, fantastic project. We use it every day. I see children going to school back and forth. What a great announcement. So thank you and congratulations. Secondly, I want to second what you've just heard in terms of the intersection turning left from Los Gatos Boulevard onto Magnuson Loop. It is very dark and it is very hard to see in the evening. And you have cars coming down from the direction of Van Meter down Los Gatos Boulevard. You also have some cars coming out of the parking lot for Yoga Source. They're not supposed to turn left, but some do. And between all of those, you're trying to squeeze a left turn. And I have been walking my dog down that street, and I have had pedestrians at night doing the same. And it's very hard to see. And unfortunately, I feel it's an accident waiting to happen. I just saw a sign for a new pet clinic go up where the Taco Bell used to be. So more people will be walking down that street. And I do understand the budget constraints, but I'm sure bright minds can come together and figure out a cost-effective solution to do something at that intersection. And as residents and as town members, we would greatly appreciate the council looking at this issue and taking some action. And happy to answer any questions.
Okay, don't see any questions. Thank you for speaking.
Thank you.
We may have some questions for town staff after verbal communications. Next is Seuss and then Charlie. Seuss?
I'm gonna get I see the timer's already started, and I'd like 15 seconds extra at least. First of all, I tried to put that up there. I don't know what the problem is because I've been doing it, and I'd like to complain about that. Okay, there's a lot more to bring up than my usual stuff, water bills and stuff like that. I'm gonna first start out, my dad would spank my butt if I did not stick up for women's rights when the Department of War is going, all out and doing this. Picture one, I do this. My mom was one of the first 150,000 women to join WAC. She was a switchboard operator out of New York and talked about the party lines. and served a year and a half in that. She didn't get any action. She was one of those wannabe, and she joined into the Red Cross because she didn't want to sit on the sidelines. Picture 2 is from Berkeley. She shows that what kind of person was one of those that demanded rights to play in the band at UC Berkeley in the 30s. It was an all-boy band, and she was the little drummer girl doing dum, dum, dum. Bum, bum, bum on your rumpa, bum, bum. They didn't get in, because it's a boy band. The picture 3, Red Cross director. It says she was one of the first women, one of the first 3 women to go over after the war in 1944. And on December, right before Christmas, she flew over the Hiroshima. Having that in hand was one of her. It says it right there, but she talked her way into the co-pilot stuff and circled twice over that had been Roth. There's letters right there. So picture 4, censorship. That's this picture. Censor 5 is going to the shooting that I think is fake, the ICE shooting in the detention center. You have a bunch of notes there. Picture 6 is for Escobar, the soccer thing, and I talked about Measure A and water bills and stuff like that. I wish I had more time to speak on a lot of this stuff, but maybe we can do something on the side. One other thing is I'm starting a Department of Peace against the things. The flowers were for peace, and I'm just hoping everybody will join the Department of Peace instead of war. I think we'll win.
Thank you for your comments. Charlie, and then Susan Bassey.
Rob Moore, you are young and naive, a lover of violence and homosexuality. You are evil. The Democrat Party is very proud of you, I am sure. Like the devil himself, you are a liar. You've been caught lying to your friend Faggot, another liar. You've done a very evil thing. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor, demanded God. You attempted to kill me and my voice. Bang, bang, the evil young homo lover shot at President Trump. Bang, bang, the evil young homo lover Democrat shot at President Trump. Missed, laughed the Lord God. Bang, bang, the evil young white homo lover Democrat shot at Charlie Kirk. You are dead, Tyler Robinson said.
Mayor,
I am Charlie
Yes.
Kirk.
the public
Excuse me for a
comment.
minute.
Rob Moore is Tyler
Excuse
Robinson.
me. Could you pause
I
for a
am
minute,
Kirk.
please?
These verbal
Councilman Katie.
communications are limited to matters that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the town council. And
That is what this is, yes. I am Charlie Kirk. Rob Moore is Tyler Robinson. I am Charlie Kirk. Lee Faggot is Tyler Robinson. I am Charlie Kirk. Mariko Sayak, Maria Risto, Jeff Scott are all Tyler Robinson. I am Charlie Kirk. Erica Zamora is Tyler Robinson. I am Charlie Kirk. Catherine Summers and Brian Bernasconi are Tyler Robinson. I am Charlie Kirk. Linda Kaplinger and Steve Curry are Tyler Robinson. Get behind me, Satan. You are a stumbling block to me. You do not have in mind the concerns of God, but merely human concerns. Every kingdom divided against itself will be ruined, and every city or household divided against itself will not stand. The one who does what is sinful is of the devil, because the devil has been sinning from the beginning. The reason the Son of God appeared was to destroy the devil's work. He will destroy you, young Rob, and everything that you believe in. This is how we know who the children of God are and who the children of the devil are. Anyone who does not do what is right is not God's child. God seized the dragon, that ancient serpent, who is the devil or Satan, and bound him for 1,000 years. He threw him into the abyss and locked and sealed it over him to keep him from deceiving the nations anymore. In Jesus' name, we pray for salvation.
Thank you, Charlie. And I will just caution folks who are speaking that we need to stick to the subject matter of the town council. We do give a fair amount of leeway on First Amendment when we can't quite understand whether it matches with the town council purview or not. But if it's clearly not within the purview of the town council, we will not take those comments. The other thing I would caution is that it's important that people are respectful and do not call people names and pejorative terms and in this setting. And so I will pay a little more attention to the next couple of speakers and make sure that we follow those rules. Susan Bassey and then Joe Enns.
My name is Susan Bassey. I'm a longtime resident here in Los Gatos. I'm also a local publisher. I publish the community magazine My Out and About, and now I'm an investigative journalist, and I primarily report on the courts, law enforcement, and what we're seeing related to domestic violence overlapping to both. Public records are so critical to our society and our democracy. And as a journalist, I am trained to get public records. They are built into our Constitution, that the California Public Records Act, and all local and state agencies are obligated under those laws. In 2020, our town allowed our police chief to hire Officer Jonathan Silva in this town, knowing what he had done to a mentally unstable man in the library at San Jose State University. The chief never took accountability for that. He called it that Silva he had made a mistake. If you saw the video of how he treated a human being, that's not a mistake, and we hired him. Around that same time, I, as a freelancer, started reporting on why the town hired this individual and how he did it again. I was not alone. NPR, NBC Bay Area, the San Jose Mercury News, and all other legacy media reported on that. I came to the police department and I live streamed my records request, one of the first times I had ever done that. And the public was interested in how I request records. I post examples of how I make records requests. I post the follow-up records, and my reporting depends on public participation in those reports. I learned today that the Sunnyvale Police Department produced records that indicated that after I had gone to the Los Gatos Police Department, having been a resident in this town for over 10 years, that Sarah Tata, who was employed as the records and communication employee for the police department and has a name similar to the police chief, I don't know if that is related or not, but she made $222,000 a year in 2020 when I made those requests. And what did she do after I made those requests? She sent a Bassey Bolo alert around to area departments claiming that I had been disruptive in the department. I'm sorry, but the police chief did not call me back today. And Ms. Field, if you're gonna do the department differently and set a different culture, you better call me back. The town attorney has not called me back. The town has not complied with the California Public Records request. I had to get records related to the business of this town from Sunnyvale, and they did not give those up easily. Last time I was here, you asked when Judge Towery had asked to do the ride-along and when there were records. I had them from 2013 and 2015. I now know that the town also has records for 2020 and 2021 and has concealed those. It is a crime to alter, deface, obstruct, or delay public records, and I expect better compliance from this town. Thank you.
Joe Enns and then Fred Berkowitz.
and friends of Los Gatos Creek. I'm not going to say anything controversial about anybody or anything. I love this town. I love the job everybody's doing. Police are doing a great job. We got a great police chief now. Let's, be positive. I'm being as positive as I can, and my life's really taking off. So just thank everybody here, and everybody that's here cares about the town, obviously. So I'm still working with the guys on the creek. It's a lot cleaner now. They're not making a mess. That's all I do. Watch that creek and help some homeless people here and there. Thanks a lot, you guys.
Fred Berkowitz. That's the last card that I have here for verbal communications. Are there people online who wish to speak?
I don't see any hands raised online.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Berkowitz.
Yeah, hi. I'm a longtime resident of Los Gatos. I live in the Manor. I just wanted to, and forgive me if this has been discussed before, but I just wanted to bring up the subject of e-bikes and a lot of dangerous behavior that I've seen. And I actually wasn't going to even talk about it today, but I was driving westbound on Blossom Hill Road past Roberts Road, the intersection Fisher, and school was just getting out, and a bunch of kids just made that left turn from Roberts right onto westbound Blossom Hill and stayed in the lane where cars go. So I see this behavior a lot. I see, gangs of e-bikes, just in traffic, and they're really supposed to be in the bike lanes. The rules for e-bikes are pretty strictly defined, but they are absolutely not being adhered to in any way. So I'd like to see more effort in enforcing them. I completely understand you cannot chase a kid down on an e-bike. That's a bad thing to do if you're a policeman. However, I've heard things such as, there are bike corrals. There's at least one in Los Gatos High. I don't know if there's one at Fisher. There are a lot of illegal bikes there. If you see a motorized bike with no headlights, that has no business being on the road. I've been a motorcyclist for a long, long time. I'm no longer doing it because it's too dangerous, but I rode for 10 years. And it terrifies me to think kids are on bikes that are capable of 40, 45 miles an hour, they're 12 or 13 years old, and they don't have the reasoning, right, to know what the right thing is to do. So I'd love to see a plan set forth by either the police or the town council that articulates what's going to be done about this, because eventually someone's going to get hurt, and it's just going to be sad and tragic. Thanks.
Thank you. I don't know if you're aware, Mr. Berkowitz, but in September, the council discussed bringing forward some new ideas on e-bikes, and we've asked town staff to research measures that might be within the purview of the town, and so this should be coming back to the council when staff has finished that analysis.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And one thing I forgot to say in terms of just ideas that I've heard kicked around was, confiscating bikes that are clearly not, legal to be on the road, that are in bike corrals, and also steep fines for the parents, right? It's really the parents' job to discipline their kids to do the right thing there. They have vested interests. They want their kid to be safe, I would think. Anyway, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any more cards for verbal. Again, I'll check. Anyone online?
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, so we'll close verbal communications, and we'll go on to item number 11. And so, Ms. Walters, we welcome your report to start us off.
Good evening, council members. Erin Walters, Senior Planner. The project before you this evening is located at 31 University Avenue. And the applications before you this evening are multiple application. One is to amend the plan development ordinance. 2 is an architecture and site application for exterior changes. And 3 is a conditional use permit for formula retail space over 10,000 square feet, which includes a restaurant with alcohol service. The subject building E is located at the corner of Elm and University and is a part of the Old Town Shopping Center. The existing tenant space is currently vacant and was formerly occupied by both the Gap and Steamer's Restaurant. The existing PD governs Old Town was adopted in 1996 and requires Building E to appear as separate adjoining structures. The applicant seeks to modify this, proposing a unified Mediterranean-style facade, which is more consistent with the surrounding architectural context. These changes are detailed in the staff report and also in the applicant's justification letter. As part of the architecture and site application, all 4 elevations of Building E are proposed to be modified. Features would include step backs at street level, mixed window styles including rectangular and arched, varied roof parapets, recessed windows, and decorative awnings. There's also proposed a new central skylight located above the proposed restaurant. Materials include multi-coat cement plaster, aluminum windows, and metal accents. This project also includes a sidewalk replacement as well as 2 removals of street trees. The conditional use permit is for a formula retail tenant offering home furnishings, design services, and integrated restaurant with alcohol service. The project, again, is located in the University Eastland Historic District, and the subject building was built in 1999. Newer buildings support this district, although they are not included as contributors to the district. The Historic Preservation Committee considered exterior design changes and the proposed PD amendments that would allow for these modifications. HPC was unable to support the proposed modifications and forward a recommendation of denial to Planning Commission. And on August 27th, Planning Commission did vote to forward a recommendation of approval to Council. An addendum and desk item were distributed tonight that include supporting public comments for the project. Staff recommends approval, and this is outlined on page 4 and 5 of Council's report. There is planning staff this evening, economic vitality, and engineering staff to support any discussion you'd like to have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any clarifying questions before I open this to public comment? Okay, I don't see any, so we'll go directly to public comment. Jordan Brown, followed by Stu Wagner.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay? I'm Jordan Brown. I lead the architecture and design team at RH, and I am joined by Stu Wagner, who leads development behind me. I'm here to talk about RH, Los Gatos. For those of you who may not be familiar with our company, RH is the leading luxury home furnishing brand in North America. We're best known for creating the most compelling collection of luxury home furnishings presented in the most inspiring spaces in the world. Our company was founded in 1979 in Northern California, is based in Corte Madera, and has several prominent locations around the Bay Area, including our gallery on Santa Cruz Avenue, where we have been a tenant for the past 15 years. At RH, we are deeply invested in the design of our brand and physical gallery experiences. We're obsessed with great architecture. We like to say that we either find great buildings or build them ourselves. In Los Gatos, we're doing a bit of both. We don't build retail stores. We build inspiring spaces that blur the lines between residential and retail, indoors and outdoors, home and hospitality, spaces that activate all senses and cannot be replicated online. A few examples of our work around the world. RH Yountville, the gallery in the Napa Valley, which opened 7 years ago as an assemblage of appropriately sized buildings within the community, also features gallery spaces, a restaurant, and wine vault located in a National Register building. Oops. This is the restaurant and the National Register building, sorry. RH Montecito, the gallery at the historic firehouse on East Valley Road, opened last year and also features gallery spaces and an intimate restaurant. is the interior. RH San Francisco, the gallery at the historic Bethlehem Steel Building in the Dog Patch neighborhood features 70,000 square feet of gallery, design studio, and restaurant space. Restaurant. RH England, across the pond, our first gallery opened outside of North America. The gallery at historic Ainhoe Park in the Cotswolds is housed in a 17th century estate which features over 30,000 square feet of gallery and hospitality space. And most recently, RH Paris, which just opened last month and has received remarkable international acclaim. In the interest of time, I won't play a video we produced introducing the gallery, but encourage you to visit rh.com to learn more about our latest inspiring work. This is a few photos of the interior, the main atrium space. All right, the rooftop restaurant overlooking the Eiffel Tower. And more importantly, Los Gatos. The proposed project at 31 University Avenue reimagines a non-contributing commercial structure built in 1999 that is currently an assemblage of small storefronts of miscellaneous unrelated materials that previously housed 2 different retail and restaurant tenants, the retail building portion of which has been vacant for 2 years. After careful study, our proposal as a single tenant unifies the unrelated storefronts to create a visually harmonious and stately facade commensurate with the caliber of the surrounding Old Town Commercial Center within Los Gatos. Here's some photos of our adjacent neighbors, all showing non-contributing but Mission Revival and Santa Barbara style architecture. It's across the street, as you all probably well know. Our proposal recognizes the building for our needs by creating a central entry and restaurant space with surrounding retail that seamlessly blends interior and exterior, home and hospitality. To achieve this, we have created a formal central entry, adjusted the misaligned cornices and roof lines, as well as window sizing and spacing to create a more cohesive facade. Here's some examples of the interior. This is the entryway. The restaurant space that we're proposing to create underneath the pyramidal skylight, the wine bar beyond, and an example of the gallery space. Throughout our entitlement process, we appreciated the feedback received from the Historic Preservation Committee and made some sensitive adjustments to best fit within the larger historic district, including additional sconces and landscape elements. RH Los Gatos is a sensitive reimagination of key commercial building that is appropriately scaled and centrally located within an important retail district. It unites 2 separate and incongruous tenant spaces and improves the facade with subtle architectural shifts and an upgrade of finishes from the existing conditions.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are there any questions? Okay, we'll go to Stu Wagner then.
Oh.
Vice Mayor has a question.
Sir, I don't know who the most appropriate person is to ask. I have a question about the menu.
Yes.
Should I ask now or?
You can ask me.
Okay. I have lots of thoughts. I appreciate this proposal. I am excited to get into it. I just, while we have you able to respond, we received several comments from residents about, including the plant-based advocates, about ensuring a plant-based entree on the menu. And so, and as someone who eats a plant-based diet and would love to dine at your restaurant, I wanted to, I've talked this through a little bit with some folks. I understand that you all are open to that, and so I wanted to see if you would be comfortable with the town council potentially adding a condition of approval to that effect, just about a plant-based entree.
I know that our CEO is very passionate about producing a healthier menu in general, and that we've actually been in development for a number of plant-based items. We have, I think, a few already currently on the menu with our new menu that we've been rolling out, and I don't think we'd have any issue with it. We already pretty much do have a plant-based entree.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Stu Wagner?
Thank you. Good evening. Mayor, Jordan kind of covered everything,
You can
was
finish
kinda
my summary.
support. Yeah, we really are trying to respect the existing scale out there, the character of the surrounding buildings, really complement rather than compete with what's out there. And no intensification here. We've got the former tenant was a restaurant, it was a retail use. We're doing the same thing. We're just kind of a blend of these both uses under one roof. And lastly, just high quality design, and we're just really excited to come to the town with this proposal.
Okay, thank you. Scott Valley, I'm having trouble reading your writing, so maybe I got the name wrong.
Oh, you got it right.
Okay.
Apologize for my penmanship.
No problem.
Fellow vegetarian. Good evening, Town Council. My name is Scott Valley. I'm the head of development for Federal Realty on the West Coast, based here in Silicon Valley. We are the owner of Old Town. We take a lot of pride in Old Town, and we're spending a lot of time trying to curate a really good collection of a little bit of services and quite a bit of retail and food. You guys probably know some of our recent additions, Teleferic Restaurant, which I think is phenomenal, Salt and Straw, Warby Parker, Our House, which you got to see a picture of. We believe that RH is the next great addition to Old Town. I've been to many of their locations. Our building is nice, but they will make it memorable. So we'd appreciate your consideration tonight on approving this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Actually, I did have a question. And that relates to Old Town. The Old Town property across the street was one of the first repurposing, part of the repurposing movement of using a school for a totally different purpose. Is there anything in this design across the street that reflects that, and is it Federal's intention to continue that repurposing, which emphasizes sustainability and the character of the original space?
Well, in the sustainability, our company as a whole has many ESG goals to get the sustainability goals, whether it was in construction waste, energy efficiency, and all of that. We do think Old Town has a very flat facade, and actually the one that restoration is going to be going into has that kind of in and out facade. They're going to flatten that out. We actually think it's more complementary to what's across the street than what is built today. And so we think it'll look, when you go down there, it'll feel more like the two belong together than it does right now.
Okay, thank you. Jennifer Lynn, and then Alan Feinberg.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. I'm Jennifer Lynn, CEO of the Los Gatos Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Core to our Chamber's mission is helping small businesses succeed by bringing more customers to town, strengthening year-round commerce, and growing quality jobs. This proposed RH Gallery and Restaurant advances that mission in every single way. RH's flagship model has a proven record of attracting visitors from across the region. When those guests come and visit Los Gatos, they will explore our boutiques, dine in our restaurants, and discover our services. The result is broader visibility, higher foot traffic, and increased sales for our local independents. This project isn't about just one company. It's about strengthening the entire small business community. Sustaining that ecosystem requires balance. A thriving downtown depends on variety. Not every shop or restaurant serves every price point. And that diversity is what makes Los Gatos dynamic and resilient. The mix of locally owned establishments alongside high-quality anchor businesses ensures that we continue to attract new audiences who, in turn, support our small businesses and contribute to the town's sales tax base, revenue that helps fund the very services and amenities our residents value the most. This project brings new life to an important downtown corner. The RH Gallery and Restaurant will transform a long vacant site into an active, all-day destination that adds energy to our streetscape, from morning through the evening, encouraging people to stroll, gather, and linger. RH's leadership has already reached out to the Chamber to explore ways to engage with the community, including participation in the Taste of Los Gatos Street Festival, demonstrating a true spirit of partnership and civic engagement. Architecturally, the design stays within the existing building's footprint and introduces a refined Mediterranean-inspired detail that harmonizes beautifully with the surrounding downtown environment, particularly with the architecture of the Old Town building directly across the street. It is a sophisticated, context-sensitive refresh that reflects Los Gatos' hallmark blend of exceptional design, hospitality, and distinctive retail experiences. This project represents confidence in our future. It strengthens our economy, reinforces our identity as a premier destination, and ensures continued vitality for years to come. On behalf of the Chamber of Commerce, I respectfully urge your approval of the project as proposed. Let us keep Los Gatos vibrant, balanced, and thriving today and for the future. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. Question from the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much, Jennifer. I appreciate you being here. Your vote of confidence is meaningful, so this is helpful. Two quick questions for you. One, kind of both on business dynamics. In my head, having RH next to an R House has a little bit of a car dealership effect where you're drawing folks in. Is that sort of your sense? And then question two, real quick, is how chamber members have reacted to this.
So on to the first. Well, I don't know if I like the car dealership analogy, but for sure, it is good for businesses when they have like, complementary businesses together. It actually makes the town even more of a draw. For instance, you've noticed we've had some fitness wear businesses. It actually creates a compelling reason for people to want to come to the area because they can actually check out a few different destinations. And to your second question, yes, I have a letter from a number of small businesses throughout town. I believe there's 22, and I submitted it to your packet, but it includes anyone from Loma Brewing to Time Out Clothing, Automobile, really long-standing businesses. Again, this isn't about just the one business. It's about what it will do for the entire small business ecosystem.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Susan Burnett, and then Leafa go. Oh, I'm sorry, Alan Feinberg. Already moved your card over, sorry.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and assembled audience and staff. My name is Alan Feinberg, a longtime resident, 35-year resident of Los Gatos. My wife and I love our adopted hometown, and we look forward to staying here for many more years. I'm here representing myself, and my opinions are my own, even though I'm a member of the Historic Preservation Committee. I've heard so far a lot of praise for Restoration Hardware and for the proposed expansion of the Restoration Hardware business in town. I agree wholeheartedly with Jennifer Lynn and the Chamber of Commerce and business owners who've done their assessment and shown that the Restoration Hardware expansion will benefit the town in numerous ways. So I'm not going to second guess that. But I don't think that's the real question here. My point is that we've had other developments in town, the last three commercial projects in particular, that have been approved by council, Los Gatos Meadows, Los Gatos Lodge, the project on East Main Street next to the high school. And in all cases, the town staff and various committees have worked very hard with the developers, going back and forth over multiple renovations, restoration of the development plans over months or years in some cases, with multiple iterations in order to arrive at a compromise that made both sides satisfied with the result. It took a long time, and it took a lot of work. Now, many people in this room might be surprised to know that Restoration Hardware has approached the town in a different way, saying that the building is their brand, and with only a very slight modification here or there, or maybe none at all, this is what they expect us to approve. Well, from my opinion, from my perspective, our small town character is our brand, and we're working very hard to approve that. There has to be a way for us to compromise to give Restoration Hardware what they want in the beautiful design of the building that represents their brand, while at the same time maintaining the small town character that the original developers of the planned development in Old Town envisioned in the 1990s, just like our house did. They didn't replace the entire facade and make it all one unified building. It still looks somewhat like a series of connected buildings. So let's find some way to work together to get what both sides are looking for. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Okay, Susan Burnett. Oh, is there a question? Sorry, Mr. Feinberg, there's a question from Councilmember Badami.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Feinberg, for speaking tonight. What would you envision as a compromise? What is not working?
What's not working for me is the approach of a unified facade. The building design guidelines suggest that the hang on a second. The design guides suggest that a building that's large like this be subdivided or appear to be subdivided into a number of smaller structures. And that's essentially what our house has done. So if there's some way for Restoration Hardware, or RH, I'm sorry, for RH to get the same result that they're looking for while maintaining some of the individuality rather than tearing it out and creating symmetry, I think that would be somewhat of a compromise. We may not get there, but there's got to be a way to work with us. And what troubles me is a company coming in and saying, this is what we want, you're going to like it, we're not going to compromise at all. It's our brand, take it or leave it. And I find that very troubling.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for listening.
Okay, Susan Burnett, and then Leafa go.
Good evening. My name's Susan Burnett. I'm on the Planning Commission and proudly on the Historic Preservation Committee as well, but I only speak for myself personally. Thank you for hearing me. Los Gatos is at a crossroads. Many changes to our town are coming. Familiar gathering places like the post office may be taken away forever. Greater value must be put on maintaining those places that are so meaningful to the citizens of Los Gatos and where we still have a say in their design. Here is your chance. Where but in Old Town is there still that feeling of what Los Gatos is known for? Wise town members passed a planned ordinance over 30 years ago, written to maintain the look, the feel of a time past, charming and inviting on both sides of University Avenue. This planned development has maintained the same character and likeness even when new businesses have become part of Old Town over the years. Why has this small town feeling prevailed? Because the planned development did not want the introduction of the look of a big box store, and I was sort of part of this at that time, which Restoration Hardware exactly is. The architecture and site approval process in the planned development specifically mentioned the important building E, which is steamers, and gave directions on how any modifications on the building could be accomplished. HPC gave a few recommendations on those modifications, how they could be addressed, but were dismissed twice with no change in the new design. Instead, the present building was described by Mr. Friedman, quote, not well built, not good looking, an unreal facade, all kinds of materials, colors, bad architecture, harsh and unpleasant. And in addition, he called it an albatross, rendering the neighborhood of less value. I found this actually very insulting about a building that was exceptionally popular, highly inviting inside and out, lots of charm, character, and ambience, as well as bringing a lot of tax revenue with their restaurant, which the new restaurant is actually 4,000 square feet smaller than Steamers. You may not know that. I found this very, repeated that. Anyway, the present building on all sides has many colors of stucco with one entire storefront in brick, breaking up the textures. There are wonderful, unique roof designs, different parapets, belly bands, small windows, decorative elements, brackets, corbels, eaves, bases, and heights reflective of the individual stores. Few to none of these important elements are part of the applicant's design. Taking the few suggestions, working with the HPC could have softened the big box look, which is almost half the length of a plain football field and one-dimensional. A few modifications cited in the plan development ordinance for this building carried out could result in not having to amend this important ordinance 2025.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councilmember Badami.
Thank you, Ms. Burnett, for speaking tonight. Mr. Feinberg spoke before you, and he mentioned a compromise, and the compromise equated to breaking up the facade, but you went a few steps further. Would you be agreeable, or do you envision breaking up the facade? Would that satisfy you?
Yes, there's clear directions. If you read the plan development ordinance, made 30 years ago, there was very few things that really were suggested and actually required in the ordinance, specifically for this building, which would be the roof line, more angulation, more articulation of the building. If you really look at the design of this new restoration hardware, it is very flat. Yes, there are some indentations for doors and windows, but I actually went and measured the present building, and they're much deeper. There's much more depth. There's much more feeling of movement. There's much more dynamism, and it has more personality. This is a beautiful building, like Stanford. I mean, it's very similar to Stanford, but we're not Stanford. We're Los Gatos. We're still trying to keep our small town charm, and then they want the awnings to be very different, metal and glass. We have canvas awnings. There's a lot of parts, as I mentioned, what the present buildings have that the new building lacks entirely. So, I mean, there are different colors. The stucco is a very sheer, very flat plaster, and it's almost shiny, whereas our building is stucco, it's rough, and it has personality. I find personality lacking in this design.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lee Fago, and then Karen Yamamoto.
Good evening. Lee Fago, speaking as a almost 30-year resident of the town of Los Gatos, and I'm not representing any group, but I must say that I completely endorse the words, the message of the two previous speakers who are very committed to trying to preserve the character of our town. And in doing so, they have committed a lot of their time and energy into doing that with their research and participating in a variety of meetings, including tonight with you. 4 areas with such characteristics as Old Town that identifies Los Gatos. Please preserve what we can, as we are already dealing with legislation coming out of Sacramento, the state's requirements that are overriding local control on our municipality. This is an opportunity where you do have the chance, the opportunity, the responsibility to put some guidance into this new development. This redesign tonight does not fit, is not needed, and will only have a negative effect on our community, which did not allow big box retail for a reason. And as was mentioned by the two previous speakers, there was ordinances in town relative to that, and let us continue to abide by those. Protect the local merchants, neighbors, and our sense of town and neighborhood community. I agree with the comments from the Chamber of Commerce that there is a way to, with the right kind of new development, it can entice more people to come to our community, which will benefit the rest of our downtown area, our retail, restaurants, and the sense of people wanting to be in Los Gatos. As this is in the historic district, and our Historic Preservation Committee recommended changes that were not incorporated to this final proposal that you have before you tonight. Please take the Historic Preservation Committee's suggestions for changes that preserve this history. And it is your opportunity to represent the community to the preservation of the character of the town. That'll be your legacy if you do so. Thank you.
Question for the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Forgo, and thank you to our other commenters. Could have asked any of y'all, but I finished formulating at you. So I'm hearing a little bit of, I think there's maybe two competing critiques I'm hearing. One is perhaps an aversion to big box retail, and the other is just the physical look of the building. And so it seems like maybe those are getting a little bit mixed up. And so my question is this is going to be the establishment that it's going to be, right? It's just going to be one business filling the entire space should it move forward. With that understanding, would you still like to have it be broken up in terms of look?
Yes, and to your point, which is a good challenge, that Preservation Hardware already has a site in town. They've been a resident commercial enterprise in town for a while now, and clearly they see the opportunity to expand. That there is that's good. I am okay with them doing so, but preserve the character of that site, of the Old Town neighborhood, and of the historic areas of town. So yes, they could be a larger retail outlet than their current site, but do so with the setbacks, with the suggestions that came from previous speakers for the design itself, the roof line, the setbacks, the colors, all of that, the windows, all of that are ways to make it appear to folks that it is historically being preserved in that area.
Thank you. So it's the look. It's the
look.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Yes, Councilmember Badami.
Thank you. Mr. Fago, you mentioned wanting to protect the local merchants, which is very nice and thoughtful, and we all want that for our small businesses. However, we've received a lot of correspondence and communications, and I haven't found one merchant that was opposed to it. What am I missing? Are you aware of merchants? Maybe we'll hear from them tonight.
No, I believe that this could be an attraction to bring more people into downtown, which would benefit the neighboring merchants as well, as was pointed out by the director of the Chamber of Commerce. So I'm not opposed to that, but let's make it in a design and in an ambiance that fits that Old Town neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. I thought I understood you to say it was a threat to the local merchants, but I can see where it would create a synergy with our house and with some of the other merchants that we have in town. So thank you for the clarification.
If it was one big Walmart building, yeah, that would be a threat.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Karen Yamamoto. And Ms. Yamamoto, on your card, it wasn't exactly clear
Yeah, I'm going to
which
clarify
item.
that.
Is it for this item?
It's actually just about the agenda. I really had a hard time reading it and
The
understanding.
agenda for this item?
Yeah, for 11 and
For
for
11?
14. And I kind of understand 15 a little bit better, but I wasn't quite
Okay,
sure.
so if you could keep your comments to
Yeah,
item
I'm only
11
going to do
at this
11.
point,
You
that would
kind
be
of get
great.
the idea that it was a little hard to read this agenda today. For number 11, I was confused about the location. It says it's 31 University Avenue, but yet there's modifications to Building E at 50 University Avenue. I mean, those are two different buildings, correct? On two different sides of the street. So I was confused about how those are relating to each other. And I was also wondering,
is this also allowing for, it says, conditions use permit for formulating retail over 10,000 square feet and for restaurant with alcohol service on property zone C. And I was like, are they also asking for an alcohol or expansion of the floor? I was confused. And maybe it was just me, but that was just my questions on that. But I really had wanted to see the modification of what building E had to do with the property of 31 University Avenue.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any more cards. I see a hand raised from Mr. Foley.
Good evening, Town Council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to take a couple of minutes and provide a couple of additional comments. I was able to provide some comments in person at the Planning Commission hearing, and I know some of you have likely reviewed some of those minutes. Just tonight, again, let me back up. I'll say that I'm speaking as kind of a longtime stakeholder. Our family's had an ownership or an interest in a number of properties in town, including the historic La Cañada building for over 100 years. And I just want to kind of speak up about Old Town and the history of Old Town. The Historic Preservation Committee and the Planning Commission are doing a great job guiding redevelopment and projects in town. There's a lot of care given by staff in approving these projects and also town council as it gets to that level. Old Town has changed quite a bit over time. And if Old Town was meant to be treated as strictly historical, we wouldn't be looking at the buildings that we're looking at today. Those buildings were built in the 90s. They were part of a planned development by some developers. And, you know, it's hard to rewind and look at what the intent was of some of the conditions that were placed there. But if you looked at the presentation from RH, it just dawned on me again this evening that that building looks out of place the way that it is. So we have many multiple storefront. We have that whole vibe up and down North Santa Cruz and Main Street. So, you know, I'm almost just really disagreeing with whoever decided to put that in. It's like they attempted to do something a while ago to pay homage to the downtown without really accomplishing it well. So all the things that have been said about R8 and the benefits, definitely want to support that. But this notion of keeping that building E broken up when we've got, you know, some of the best design minds out of RH building this facade, we've got to go with what they want to bring to our town. I don't think it diminishes anything else in town. I know that the speakers before, maybe they were involved back at the time and they're really trying to defend some of their work, but 30 years is a long time and we need to evolve over time. We have a lot of things that evolve. In fact, most of the stuff that's happening in town staff and town council decisions are the evolution of Los Gatos. So I just encourage you to approve the project as proposed. And I think that it's a beautiful building and it actually respects the rest of the architecture of Old Town. And that's our fresh new Old Town that we've been asking federal to deliver to us for a while. So I try not to get hung up on breaking up Building E or preserving the look of Building E. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question, if you don't mind staying on the line. Because, Mr. Foley, you've been involved in retail and commercial development downtown for some time. When the building was constructed or during the ensuing years when it's been leased again, has the configuration been to multiple tenants, multiple stores, and does that kind of reflect the design of that building?
I'm not sure if I understand the question exactly, but if I can speak a little bit to the issue of leasing that building, I mean, probably the Federal Realty guys and maybe the Iconic Company has a little more history on that, but retail has evolved over time. The spaces that are there, we've got a second-gen restaurant. We've got another space that seemed to be pretty challenging to lease for that size of a retailer. I think that we're seeing a big disparity in size. The small shop space seems very easy to lease up. Getting something of this size and this nature is rare. And I think we need to seize the opportunities for a lot of the reasons that Ms. Lynn mentioned from the Chamber of Commerce. There's not a lot of retailers of this size and of this class out there. So otherwise, what are we going to do? Would we have to chop up that building to 5 storefronts or 7 in order to meet today's market? I don't know, but it probably would not wind up being as elegant as what we're looking at. And there'd be a lot more struggle with, other types of things that those tenants would be requesting of the Historical Preservation and Planning Commission and Council to approve. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yes, it's helpful. Thank you. And I do have another card that I skipped over as I was. Oh, I'm sorry. There's a question from Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Actually, sort of a follow up on yours. Jim, if you happen to know the history of the space, and again, perhaps better for the landowner, but it looks to me like at one point there were 3 different businesses that existed in that space. Do you know if that's right?
Oh man, I don't know if I read.
That's okay.
Steamers has been there for a long time. We had the Gap, and then we had maybe a second version of the Gap Kids, or I don't know, something like that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I do have a couple more hands raised, but I want to go back. Maria Gerst, thank you, and I apologize for losing your card there.
No problem. Good evening, council members, and thank you for taking my comment. I'm actually here to voice my support for the RH building as it is proposed. I am a longtime member of Los Gatos, and I'm actually a longtime member of the Bay Area. So I've been coming to Los Gatos since the late 70s with my parents, and I can tell you that Old Town looks nothing like it did back in the day. It was beautiful back then, and it is beautiful today. It's just a little changed. I really feel that the building that is proposed will be a complement to what we currently have. Sure, if you put this on the main street, it is not going to be, but where it stands now, I think it will be a complement. And unfortunately, buildings and aesthetics are a little subjective, so I feel it'll look nicer than the building that is currently there. I also feel that we need to kind of move on things only because I don't want to see the building vacant for 3 or 4 more years, as it has been vacant. The part of the Gap has been vacant for at least 3 years. I frequent downtown. I go to Blue Bottle all the time, and it would be nice to get that area vitalized or revitalized again. And I really feel it will make a large economic impact for Los Gatos. And as we saw from the RH presentation, they have buildings in lots of cities and towns. Montecito is a town. The Cotswolds is not a city. And these are all fabulous places. And I feel that it is a somewhat of a privilege to be able to have something like this here that will draw upon people to come and utilize other parts of our city, which will be fabulous. And I know Rob had said something about the used car effect. We used to have a lot of car places here, which we all loved at one time. But we also have a lot of nail and other things, hair places, and it doesn't seem to, detract from the overall beauty. So I think it's actually going to be quite pretty. So I'm hoping that you will voice a support for this particular agenda item. Thank you.
We'll go back. And we have Susan Testa.
Hi, I'm Susan Testa. I was wondering how I was going to unmute, but it came up. I own Room Antiques, and I've been at that location for 31 years, right across the street from what the proposed RH is going to be. Gap Body, Gap Kids, unfortunately Steamers, they've all closed. When Gap, Sur La Table and Banana Republic closed in January 2023, there was a huge decline of foot traffic, liveliness, all of it. I am for RH opening there. I think it'll be a great addition to our town. The building is actually pretty ugly as we speak right now, and it has been for a while. It's dated. It needs to be renovated. I'm open for any questions you may have. I have now relocated my space to 14 North Santa Cruz. I'm very happy there, but I have a lot of experience on that corner, and I can speak to foot traffic and everything that's going on down there. So please ask me anything you want.
Okay, thank you. And I don't see any questions here. So I'll move to Jeff Kreshek.
Thank you. My name is Jeff Kreshek. I'm the Western Region President for Federal Realty. I have to echo what Mr. Foley said. I completely appreciate the intent from 30 years ago of breaking up that facade, but in RH, you have maybe one of the premier, if not the premier, design and architectural retailers in the world. It's highly, highly unusual to see a retailer express their brand in multiple storefronts while still expressing a singular brand. Gap did it in a very mediocre fashion, in my opinion. They had 2 of the 3 doors. They had Gap and Gap Kids. It never really spoke to what their brand was or made the building interesting in any way. And while I appreciate that 30 years ago, that was the intent and the desire, the building certainly has not worn well and is not dated well. And I don't think having a singular facade makes this a Walmart type of appeal. I think that's a gross overstatement of the influence of architecture. I think this actually enhances the street and quite frankly, enhances Old Town. And to Mr. Foley's comment, Federal Realty has been working on this asset for almost 2 decades now. We've spent an incredible amount of time and energy and effort to do the right thing in the community, to bring great retailers, to take Old Town Center from where it was in 2017 with a bunch of legacy brands that were in decline and turned it around into something. And I think RH is really that signature piece we've been striving to bring to the town of Los Gatos and to ultimately influence their design and their brand presentation to hold tight to a concept from 30 years ago really seems like a decision that's not really born out of good business acumen today for what is right for the community today, as opposed to nodding to something that ultimately people are trying to hold on to.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes, Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I appreciate your input. I guess I'll just sort of ask this question because I think it was the very first council meeting that the mayor, Councilmember Badami, and I sat on where Old Town wanted to bring in basically a bank or an office in the Gap space. And so I just want to ask you, aren't you glad that we didn't grant that and you have this opportunity today?
You weren't going to let me get off that easy, were you? In all honesty, yes. But look, that took us an additional 3 or 4 years to ultimately bring this to fruition. And I would hate to now kind of stare a great opportunity in the face and snatch it from the jaws of victory and throw it into defeat by simply hanging our hat on a 30-year-old concept of what design should be when you've got the premier design entity. And yes, I fully appreciate that what we would have done several years ago in hindsight, as we're sitting here today, we would have looked back and said we missed an opportunity. At the time, that seemed like the right opportunity. So I certainly don't make any apologies for what we were trying to do at the time, but we will end up with a significantly better product because the community held us to a standard. But we're delivering on that standard, and it would be a shame to now move the goalpost, if you will, to say, well, we held you to a high standard, you achieved that high standard, but now we want an even higher standard because we want to hold on to something from 30 years ago that really has no actual relevance. And I think somebody said it's an ugly building. I tend to agree. I don't think there's anything architecturally significant about seafoam green tile or the texture or color of the building. I think RH is a fantastic retailer that we should be thrilled to be having in this town and in this project, and we're excited to welcome.
Okay, well, thank you. I just want to thank you for bringing a much more appropriate use to us.
I had a couple of questions. So over the last 30 years or so, the 3 or 4 discrete facades, were they primarily rented to 3 or 4 separate businesses?
No, so that in that particular building, I've only been on the project for 15 years. But in that particular building, there were 3 discrete facades, but only 2 tenants, Gap and Steamers. That's my history with it over the last 15 years. The Our House building had Francesca's and Banana Republic and Sur La Table. You might recall during COVID, Sur La Table went bankrupt and closed a great number of locations. Gap and Banana Republic certainly have their issues. That building was broken up as well at the time, but the Gap and Steamers building had 3 facades, only 2 tenants.
Okay, thank you. And I had another question. So really, essentially, this application is looking to unify the separate facades into one unified look that would attract a single tenant. While I appreciate RH, things don't necessarily last forever. So do you see that converting this to a single unified look would be something that would be sustainable beyond RH? Would potentially there be other tenants that could occupy a single large unified space?
There could be. It's a very difficult question to answer. First of all, RH has a very, very long history, not only in Los Gatos, but internationally and nationally. So they're not the typical retailer that comes and goes very quickly. So we wouldn't expect that to happen. There is always the possibility that we end up with another single large tenant many years down the road should RH not stay in the building. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it, and we'll find out what brand expression is right for whatever new brand we have down the road. But we don't go into this thinking that we're not partnering with a company that is fly by night. I think RH mentioned they've been on Santa Cruz for 15 years. They tend to go into their spaces, invest a lot of time and energy. They certainly know this community well. So we're not looking at this as we might have to break this facade up, 3 years down the road because we did a deal with a kind of flash in the pan retailer who has come and gone. We'll cross that bridge. However, if we ever get to it, we will cross that bridge when we do.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your perspective. I don't see any other hands raised. Am I missing anyone online? Okay, and I think I've finished all the cards. And so I will close public comment and go back to the council and whether the council has questions or would like to move this forward.
Mayor, I believe the applicant gets the rebuttal.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I missed that since the applicant wasn't identified as an applicant on here. So, okay, applicants welcome to come up.
Yes, I think Federal brought up a great point about how we as a brand have never closed a store. It's one we've closed smaller and consolidated into larger, but this is really a perfect long-term fit for us. So we don't see any reason to move on beyond this gallery. And we intend to stay here for many years to come, just to reiterate that. I also think if you look at the surrounding context, if you look right across the street, there is a unified facade with many other disparate retailers. So I think there are lots of ways that should we leave in 30 years from now, we have the ability to, or Federal would have the ability to break up the facade accordingly.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions from council for the applicant? Yes, Councilmember Rennie has a question.
Yeah, okay. So I agree that the current building looks incongruous and not very appealing. I do think your design starts to fit in much better with what's already in Old Town. But I'm wondering, some of the comments are more about it's not really articulated enough. And I'm trying to understand, let's take the roof line, for example. You have two different heights roofs and 5 pieces. If you made the difference in the 2 roof heights greater, is that really, it seems like that could be one thing that might make it feel more broken up. I don't want it to feel too broken up, but I understand that their comments, the historic comments about it not necessarily feeling like multiple spaces. And then the other places you have two different depths, in depth, 2 different storefront lines. If you increase that, also that might also may sort of increase the articulation. Is there a reason why you couldn't adjust those portions of the design? And then a third piece is the flat roof seems to maybe be a little bit out of character in with some of the others. Does the roof necessarily have to be flat? Could there be a little bit of peak to it? Is this as it is the brand, or can it be altered slightly?
A tricky question. I think if you start to look at little details, you pull the thread, right? Of one thing changes and then it snowballs into multiple other changes. I do think if you look at the facade, we pretty closely aligned with what's the facade and the articulation in and out. While there might be 2 depths on the front, they do articulate in and out, and they wrap the corner, and then they continued to do that some more. We also did increase the depth of the central entry space, and by reworking the facade so that it feels a little bit larger than what's currently there. I don't know if I answered your question or not.
And the roof height? The roof height is the thing that's sort of most obvious to me. It's almost like it's not really that much of a difference of a roof height.
The roof height, when you look at, if you ignore the terracotta roof, we really tried to maintain the existing cornice line to the extent, or respect the existing cornice line to the extent possible.
Okay, so that's a reason why. Is there a reason why you couldn't change it?
I think we'd have to look hard at making sure it didn't get out of proportion with the overall facade. We wouldn't want to create something that then all of a sudden, by increasing it to further differentiate it, starts to look disconnected in an awkward way.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Okay, thank you very much. Now I will close public comment, and we'll go to council with questions for staff or other things. Vice Mayor?
Sure, I don't have any questions. I can add my comments if we're ready for that.
Sure, I do have a couple of questions.
You want to start with questions?
Sure, probably works better. I wasn't quite clear on the trees. It seemed like there were 12 protected trees. How many are being removed? Is it 12 or is it 2?
Yes, thank you for the question. So 2 trees are being removed, and then another is being replanted. So it's really to center the 2 trees in the proposed front entrance. That's what the objective is for modifying that. And then the applicant would be subject to in lieu fees and replacement.
Okay, thank you. I had another question along the lines of creating a single sort of unified building there. And, Mr. Feinberg mentioned that the proposal is the brand for RH. We need to review this and the CUP as well as something that goes beyond that, and the building may survive for some time. And so do the modifications proposed in creating a single large architecture lock the town into a branded edifice that would be difficult to sustain should RH decide not to keep its presence at that location?
As described by the property owner, it sounds like they could separate that in the future with the proposed architecture facade.
Okay, so there might be some architectural changes that might be requested if that were to happen. What about the CUP? Is there anything about that?
Yes, thanks for the question. The CUP does run with the land, and if you look at Exhibit B on actually, I'll just give you the page number, page 145. There's a specific use called out, and so the use for this site, which would run with the land, would be for formula retail business greater than 10,000 square feet with a restaurant with alcohol service and outdoor seating. So if someone else came in with a different use there, they would need to, it would either be allowed by right or they would have to modify the existing conditional use permit.
Okay, thank you. One other sort of detail, in the Planning Commission report, I believe staff recommended denial. And what changed staff's opinion after the Planning Commission review?
Thank you for that question. So staff, in the staff report for Planning Commission, it was a recommendation of denial, and then it was also clarified at the Planning Commission meeting that it wasn't a recommendation of denial for the CUP, but staff moved forward HPC's recommendation of denial for the PD as well as the ANS. And so then with the recommendation of approval from Planning Commission, staff brought forward that recommendation of approval.
Okay, thank you. So essentially, you were just reiterating the advisory body's recommendation?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Councilmember Badami.
Yeah, I would just make the comment after hearing that after serving on the Planning Commission for 7 years, prior to becoming a council member, that was the protocol, that staff would always back up the recommending commission or committee before forwarding it to council. I think it's a matter of showing support for our volunteers, our commissioners and committee members.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions. If there are comments and want to try to move forward with this. Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I had a few thoughts about this because I've lived in Los Gatos only since 1987, but I do remember, Old Town was a wooden building, and the location where the present building we're discussing, Building E, was actually a gravel parking lot. A building wasn't rebuilt, it wasn't redesigned, there was nothing there. It was a parking lot. And so, I think there was thought put into, like, how do we create a brand new building, or how do we ask for a brand new building that looks like an old building? And I think the idea of breaking it up into smaller facades perhaps made sense at that time. I'm not an architect. It doesn't necessarily appeal to me at this point. It feels dated. I think about what our historic downtown looks like, and it is authentically a variety of buildings that were built at different times in different styles. And sometimes if you took a hard look at some of the buildings on Santa Cruz Avenue, there's some that are incredibly unattractive, but they have this quaintness and charm, and they're next to another building. So I'm used to seeing different styles that authentically evolved, and I think it's always hard to replicate that authenticity when you're creating something brand new. So when I look at what's happened over the years since 1999, when Old Town was recreated on one side of the street and built from scratch on the other side, is that over time, parts of the facade have changed, the uses have changed. Old Town was built with somewhat larger floor plates, and we did allow formula retail there because it had the larger spaces that we didn't have downtown. But I've also seen, I think it was White House Black Market was there, and it was a big space, and then that was subdivided into 3 businesses. So I think that area, because it has one landlord, has the opportunity to suddenly take a wall down between an area, demise the space, create new space, and I think this is what we're seeing. The other thing I've sort of noticed is with changes of tenants and with changes to the buildings, I think Old Town's starting to look more authentic. I think each change can be an improvement. It's incremental changes. And with the refresh that has occurred on the historic side of the street, going to be challenged for a second, on the east side of the street, the west side definitely needs a refresh. It looks very dated. I'm not the kind of person that, with a chemistry degree, who's going to question architectural design. I think that for a company that is doing design to come up with a design for the building, I think it's beautiful. I also think about the fact that there was a lot of pushback when Apple wanted to come to Los Gatos and they wanted metal and glass facade, and there were a lot of hearings about that. And at this point, that very modern, sleek look fits in perfectly with the other buildings around it. So I'm actually really excited with this, and I don't think this is a screamingly different look. It sort of unifies what all of Old Town is developing toward. I also almost wish that the pyramid was more visible. I remember Parisians going crazy when IMP put in the pyramid at the Louvre, and this isn't the pyramid at the Louvre, but it's like, it's kind of fun to see something different. So those are kind of my main thoughts. I do think that for a company that's doing design, we should allow that design to show through on the building. The other thing is there was a comment about the restaurant being much smaller. Well, I'm looking at years ago when the council started to relax rules about restaurant can move into a commercial space or more outdoor dining, things have ebbed and flowed with demand and with the economy and with what people know will work in Los Gatos. And so we've had a lot of restaurants open up in retail space. And I've had people say, oh my gosh, it's turning all into restaurants. Well, now we're seeing somebody taking a space that was largely restaurant and going more toward retail. And I think sometimes not holding on so tightly to the reins allows good things to happen as long as we're looking at the really big picture and what's important. So I'm kind of leaning toward not wanting to mess with the design and pull on a thread and suddenly end up with a Franken building. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. So first, I did not mean to accuse a high-quality retail and restaurant proposal of being a car dealership, just to be clear. I really appreciate the RH team bringing forward a thoughtful proposal that I think, regardless of how you cut it, makes a good faith effort to fit well into Old Town and our greater downtown business district. Based on the comments that I've heard, I understand that some folks are not incredibly enthusiastic about changing the more eclectic look of the existing space, which I completely understand. I do feel that sort of what Councilmember Risto was alluding to, especially on North Santa Cruz, the mix of different architecture types of businesses, and I think just the general look and feel is part of what makes our town charming and special. However, I think that reasonable minds can disagree about the best approach for the look on a space like this. And so I am quite supportive of the more cohesive look. I think, especially when applied to a single business, rather than two different businesses that have historically existed in the space, it just looks much more visually appealing to me. Not only will it be more visually appealing than what currently exists, I think the economic vitality piece of this is key. I think this is, I think Old Town is a key business corridor of our town, but we have seen some businesses struggle a little bit more there than especially, and then as you go down Main Street, it gets even harder. And so I think having an anchor business like this is a really good thing. and as has been said this evening, it's a space, half of the space has been unoccupied for a very long time. So I think, this is one of those not letting perfect be the enemy of good situations. I've long been a proponent of mixed use development. Usually when we're talking about mixed use development, I think we're talking about a mix of housing and commercial. I'm excited to see, a mix of retail with a restaurant. I think that's great. And I'm glad to see that this proposal generally has support from both the business community and a variety of residents. I have one piece of feedback and one request that I can make a motion after others are able to make comments, but in order to make sure that I think a variety of people can eat at the restaurant, I mentioned the plant-based thing. I also think it's important to have a variety of price points at restaurants in our town. I represent someone who is a younger, less affluent resident of Los Gatos. I'm the only renter on our council, and I find that even some of our more premium restaurants like Parkside, Centonove, the Wine Cellar that are in that general area have options, some on the more pricey side, but a variety of options that are more accessible, and I think that's important for bringing in a variety of people to that space for a variety of occasions. And I know that this restaurant might be a little bit more of a special occasion type of restaurant, but I encourage the RH team to incorporate dishes at a variety of price points onto your menu. And then I would like to add a loose condition of approval on the plant-based options, but I'll defer to my colleagues who haven't provided comments yet.
Councilmember Badami.
I have a question for staff. Is it appropriate for us to dictate what a restaurant puts on their menu? I mean, it's almost like if a vegetarian restaurant came to town, we would put a condition, well, you have to have meat options. Is it appropriate for us to do that to a business model?
Typically, the town is limited to imposing conditions that are tied to a town-wide regulation. There needs to be some nexus to a government interest. There are instances where the town council or planning commission has the ability to ask an applicant if they're agreeable to a condition, even though the town doesn't have the legal ability to require it. And so the town council does have the option of asking the applicant if they would agree to such a condition.
Thank you.
Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. Would the fact that we have a resolution for Green Mondays and language in our general plan encouraging plant-based options be something that would give us at least the opportunity to point out that this is a value of our community and our town council and our residents?
I haven't reviewed the general plan. I did review the town's purchasing policy, and that does speak to town events where when it's a town-sponsored event, the town does need to provide a variety of food options. In order to answer your question more specifically, I'd need to review the general plan.
Okay, thank you. I mean, just a comment. I don't know that I would make it a condition of approval, but I would say, yes, I mean, I generally don't eat meat, but I also dine with people who are strict vegetarians and vegans, and I prefer restaurants that offer options so that all of us can eat together as opposed to saying, oh, yeah, we can't eat there, we can't eat there. So it sounds like the team is hearing this, and it sounds like the menu is evolving to more sustainable. So I'm hoping at least an understanding of where our community is and what our values are will yield results.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll just say I asked the question of the applicant, and I heard that they were agreeable to the condition. We can call it a non-binding condition of approval if that makes people more comfortable, but I would like to ensure, perhaps selfishly, that I can eat at this restaurant.
Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I would do my disclosure. I did meet a month or so ago and got a presentation from the applicant. I did not learn anything that's different from the presentation we saw today. I'd like to thank Federal Realty for their patience. I know it was kind of a big deal when we rejected when Schwab wanted to go into that space, and it really wasn't an appropriate mix for what we thought Old Town should be. So this is such a much better use of this space. And so thank you to Federal Realty for their patience. And I understand, loss of revenue and empty space and so forth while trying to get to this good solution. But everything indicates that it's going to be a long-term, much better use than that. So I just want to, again, thank them for that. I know I was asking questions about changing the architecture. I also have a chemistry undergrad degree and a grad degree in electrical engineering, neither of which make me qualified to make architectural decisions either. So I hesitate also to make any architectural changes in the approval. So I would tend to approve it as is. As I mentioned in my question, I don't find that the current buildings that are left fit in well with Old Town. And I think this design fits better and makes Old Town more unified than it is now. The current buildings, to me, sort of like, why are these here? They're not fitting with what's around in that commercial space. On the plant-based, I'm definitely supportive of the idea of plant-based menus. I think it's very inappropriate to put it in a condition of approval unless we're putting it in everybody else's conditions of approval. I don't understand why you would do it to one restaurant of many in Los Gatos. So I'm not supportive of that. Thank you.
Councilmember Badami.
I would just like to echo the sentiments of Councilmember Rennie. I'm very uncomfortable dictating a menu to a restaurant or even price points. If you don't like the menu, you don't like the price, you go somewhere else. And I understand most restaurants anyway have, there's salads on there. I mean, I can't dictate a menu. I just feel it's highly inappropriate to do that.
I'd just add my comments. I think that this is an appropriate step forward for that space. If the existing building with its separate facades were done well, I might have a different thought. But to me, it looks like the existing building looks like a synthetic attempt to replicate really compelling aspects of our town. I think it served the purpose of differentiating enough to house 2 or 3 separate businesses over time. And if it, like I said, if it were done well, I might be interested in preserving that going forward. But I don't see much there to preserve in terms of the architecture. I do think that the creative space of a restaurant and gallery space, I think that could lead to whole new kinds of events in town where potentially there could be gatherings in the restaurant that also people can wander around the event space, around the studio space. And I think it opens up not only for the 2 discrete uses, but potentially others that could add to the vitality. And I think that could be really an innovative approach to a large space. I'm a little bit uncomfortable with the architecture as it's proposed, and then I think it is very branded. But I also think that with the intention of RH, I think that they will respect the look, and in the details will have a much better facility than we have now. With regard to putting anything into conditions of approval, I'd be very concerned about doing that. I think that there are the need for a variety of food options in town and price points. But in all the time that I've served on the council and the planning commission, which is now at least 10 years, I can't recall ever putting any kind of a food, even if it's even a non-binding one, into the approval. The CUP remains with the land, and we have not asked for kosher food to be included or halal food to be included or other things along the way. And while I appreciate the sentiment and the challenge with having a lot of plant-based options, I would be uncomfortable with putting anything into the conditions of approval regarding the type of food or the price points of food. In fact, I feel strongly enough about that if that were in the eventual motion, I would not be able to support the motion. Anyway, does anyone want to try to move this forward? Councilmember Badami?
Well, I wanted to make a comment because everybody has been commenting about the design, so you haven't heard from me. Steamers was a huge loss, I feel, for the town. There was many placemaking memories for a lot of us that go back several years. With Restoration Hardware, I'm comfortable that placemaking will continue. The design is curated for the site. It's unique to the other sites that Restoration Hardware has. So they geared this for Los Gatos, just like they gear their other buildings to Yountville or Montecito or Palo Alto. And I'm going to quote Jennifer Lynn, the CEO of the Chamber of Commerce. I agree with her. This project is a rare opportunity to bring lasting value to Los Gatos. So I do support it, but I don't support an amendment to the menu. With that, I could try to move it forward.
Okay.
With a motion. All right. I move to accept the Planning Commission's recommendation and introduce an ordinance modifying the Plan Development Ordinance 2025 to allow modifications to Building E and adopt a resolution approving the architecture and site application for exterior modifications to an existing commercial building in the University Edelin Historic District and the conditional use permit application for Formula Retail over 10,000 square feet and for a restaurant with alcohol service on properties owned C-2 LHP-PD located at 31 University Avenue.
Councilmember Risto.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. Further comments or discussion? Vice Mayor?
Happy to support the motion. I would just like to recommend that the RH restaurant include robust plant-based options on the menu.
Okay, I don't see any further comments, so could we take a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Risto?
Aye.
Councilmember Ennie?
Aye.
Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Moore?
Aye.
Mayor Hudas?
Aye. So that passes unanimously, and we will take a break at this point. It's 9:07, so let's get back together at 9:20. back in session, and we will proceed with item number 12, which is to adopt a resolution establishing standard operating provisions for boards, commissions, committees, etc. Who will be giving the staff report?
I will.
Oh, great. Thank you. Sorry, my head was pointing in the wrong direction. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Wood.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Wendy Wood, Town Clerk. Today, you are considering revisions to the standardized enabling resolution for all the town boards, committees, and commissions. This effort was initiated following changes to the Youth Commission's resolution adopted in May of this year, which redefined the roles of youth commissioners serving on the advisory bodies. Under this revised model, the youth commissioners will continue to participate and provide valuable input, but no longer count towards the total membership or quorum calculations. To ensure consistent implementation of this change, staff began reviewing the enabling resolutions for all the advisory bodies. During this process, staff identified a number of inconsistencies across commissions, including variations in quorum definitions, term lengths, scope of work language, and the roles of staff liaisons. In response, the policy committee directed staff to pursue a comprehensive update that would create a standardized framework for all commissions. Following this direction, staff drafted a single overarching resolution establishing general operating provisions for all advisory bodies. Commission-specific details such as composition, qualifications, and scope of work are included in the individual exhibits attached to the resolution. The resolution also clearly reaffirms that advisory bodies serve in advisory capacity only unless specified authority is granted by ordinance or council action. For commissions governed by town code, applicable legal requirements have been referenced and incorporated into the relevant exhibits. This approach maintains legal compliance while allowing the general resolution to remain flexible and easy to update. The proposed resolution standardizes the composition of most advisory bodies to 5 voting members to promote consistency and maintain manageable group sizes with the commissions. The bodies whose memberships are governed, with the exception of bodies that are governed by ordinance. Additionally, the Youth Commission has been redesignated as non-voting liaisons, allowing them to participate and provide input without affecting the quorum. And this group size, the 5, is with the exception of the Youth Commission and the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, DEI Commission. The standardized resolution language includes the purpose, definitions, legal compliance, membership, terms and vacancies, meeting attendance, duties, responsibilities, staff liaison responsibilities, and reporting to council. Each advisory body's distinct structure and responsibilities are outlined in the individual exhibits attached to the resolution. These exhibits serve as the commission-specific supplements to the standardized operating provisions, and all the key elements such as membership composition, qualifications, scope of work, meeting frequency, and any applicable exceptions. The main resolution provides consistent governance framework across all bodies, and the exhibits preserve each commission's function, needs, and purpose. Any future changes to an advisory body's structure or responsibility would require amending the relevant exhibit with the town council's approval. One notable proposed change relates to the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Commission. Per the Policy Committee's direction, the membership structure has been updated to remove the seats that previously required a member to be both a business owner and a resident, as well as the seats designated for the nonprofit representative. This recommendation was proposed to help address concerns with recruitment and retention. An earlier draft of the DEI exhibit included reclassifying 2 voting members appointed from the Art and Culture Commission and the Community Health and Senior Services Commission as non-voting liaisons, which was proposed to align with the structure of the other town advisory bodies. However, based on the feedback from the policy committee, that change was not included in this final proposal. Both positions remain as voting members within the DEI Commission's proposed 7-member structure. In addition, the Policy Committee recommended adding greater flexibility to the designated membership criteria, specifically for the seats intended for business owner, employee, Los Gatos business, and the Los Gatos faith leader. The revised language allows the town council to appoint a qualified resident in the event that there are no applicants who meet the preferred qualifications. This change helps ensure that the commission can remain fully seated and continue its work, even when the interested specific sectors is limited. This draft resolution and exhibits reflect the committee's direction and staff's efforts to create a clear, consistent, and modernized framework that promotes government efficiency, transparency, and effective council oversight of the advisory bodies. If adopted, this resolution would supersede prior enabling resolutions for all included advisory bodies. This concludes my staff report, and I welcome your feedback and available to answer any questions or make any modifications.
Okay, thank you. And thank you very much for all the work that you've done on this. This turned out to be a pretty large task. And for the public, each of our commissions and committees were created at different times. And so there were different enabling resolutions for each of them. And so this has been an effort to put sort of the standard parts into one resolution and then to put the specific parts into exhibits that define the different ones. And I know it was a lot of work, and I think that you presented options to the policy committee. I don't think that staff had a goal, a policy goal with this, but presented options that the policy committee was able to look at. And I welcome the fact that we're now at the council, where the council will be make a decision on this. One thing I wanted to point out about the voting versus non-voting membership, the DEI Commission has had 2 members from other commissions that are appointed that have been voting members. And actually there's another body that has the same structure, and that's the Historic Preservation Committee, where the 2 members that come from the Planning Commission are voting members as well. And that has served us, I think, very well to have input and then continue the integration and continue sort of a unified approach to the work that's going on there. So I think retaining that is a recommendation that makes sense. But I just wanted to thank you for that. It was a slight correction to that we do have another body where there are voting members. Are there any other questions before we open for public comment? Yes, Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I do have a question. I wasn't able to follow all of the policy committee meetings. I used to go to them, and now I have a conflict at the same time. Why was historic preservation chosen to retain 4 years as opposed to 3, since it's advisory? And I know sometimes the members from the Planning Commission change more often, like they don't have 4-year terms on HPC. But I don't know if policy committee members want to chime in, but I'll ask our liaison for this.
To retain the 4 years, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, why HPC uniquely retained 4 years and the others are 3?
It was presented to the policy committee to change it to 3 years to be consistent, and it was determined to leave it as is to make it easier for recruitment and to maintain the board's knowledge.
Okay, so I'll turn to my fellow council members who are on the policy committee to illuminate this for me.
I mean, I could have gone to 3 years on it, but having served on the Historic Preservation Committee, it took me 3 years to get enough knowledge to really be a contributor to that committee. I learned a lot from Len Pacheco and from others, and for folks who've served on it, there's a fair amount of sort of technical knowledge that you need to have. It is advisory, but it gets pretty close to making real recommendations on these buildings. And so I felt like you needed 4 years to really get up to speed.
Okay. Did you have any other input, Councilmember Badami?
No, I think that was well put.
Okay.
I also served on it, and it took me a long time to learn it as well.
Okay. I mean, having served on other commissions, there are sometimes people get on and they're not firing on all cylinders for at least 2 years. And there is also the option for reappointment. But, okay, I hear that.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Yeah, I just had a couple clarifying questions on the proposal. So the policy committee recommended removing 2 seats overall on the DEI commission. They were specific focus areas, business and nonprofit, but reducing it from 11, including the youth commission, to 9, including the youth commission. Is that right?
So it would be, yes, including the youth commission, it would be 9.
Okay.
So the recommendation was to remove 2 seats, and the 2 seats were the business owner and resident and the nonprofit. And you could speak to the members from the committee, but some of the rationale for that was in terms of recruitment and retention.
Okay. Was it recruitment and retention, the reason for?
Yeah, and I would really like to hear public comment on that, because I think we probably have some folks who'd like to talk about that.
Sure. I had one other clarifying question, which is just on the process for, so if I understand the policy proposal correctly, commissioners on all of the commissions we're talking about won't be kicked off right away, but at the next recruitment, there would be fewer seats available for appointment, meaning that if more than one incumbent commissioner wished to stay on, the council would have to choose between those people. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then this is done sort of on a random basis, just based off of when they were appointed, if they're in this situation or not. There's some folks that won't ever be in this situation, but the ones that were appointed 3 or 4 years ago potentially could be.
So it would be this upcoming recruitment. I believe most of the commissions have 2 seats that would be up for recruitment. So there would just be the 1 seat.
Okay, so anyone who served a 4-year term, or whatever the term is, and wants to be re-upped would be potentially in conflict for a seat.
Correct.
Okay.
If there was 2 incumbents and 1 seat, yes.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
So with the change in the youth commissioners from voting to non-voting, that then placed a number of our commissions with an even number of people. Is it generally a good practice or best practice to have an odd number on a commission or a committee?
Generally, there's an odd number for terms of voting so that you don't have a split vote. So that's usually the reason for an odd number.
Okay, thank you. And so to follow on that, so with the commissions that had previously 5 plus, or I'm sorry, 6 plus a youth commissioner, now that with the youth commissioner non-voting, that would bring it down to 6. And so it would be to retain an odd number, either you'd go down to 5 or you'd go up to 7. Is that correct?
Correct. So the proposal when we reviewed the enabling resolutions was to either maintain an even number, which would be 6, and there's the potential for a split vote, or to reduce it to 5 or increase it to 7.
Right. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Bristow.
Thank you. I think most of these commissions had 7 adults on them, and then when the youth commissioners were added, it dropped down to 6 adult members. So, I'm kind of curious, like, why we don't go back up to 7. The other thought I had was, having served, I was never on the Planning Commission. I was on 3 other commissions. So 6 years of commission work were advisory only. There were never, like, split votes. It was kind of discuss it. Okay, we'll send this forward. I mean, I don't see any of these commissions having huge votes where it actually matters if they're odd or even, although I understand it's the best practice. I'm just thinking that this could be kind of hard if we've got dedicated commissioners and when reappointment time comes up, a slot just disappears. So those are the things I'm thinking about and what we're trying to accomplish. I guess another question is, how many commissions do we have where we've got unfilled? Well, maybe you don't know that answer right now, but are we having trouble attracting commissioners right now?
Currently, I'd have to double check, but I think there's only the one commission, the DEI commission, that has 2 vacancies. This was the first year since I've been here that we've had full commissions. Before the 2 resignations. Prior to that, there were vacancies on several commissions.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the public. So Jeff Suzuki and then Gordon Yamate.
Good evening. I'm Jeff Suzuki, and quick disclosure: I am not speaking in my capacity as a Complete Streets and Transportation Commissioner, but as a private citizen. And also, nice to see 2 other people who served on the Historic Preservation Committee. I think that we all want to have the most effective commissions possible in our role as advisory bodies. And I believe that reducing the size of these commissions permanently, or the potential size of these commissions permanently, is a mistake for 3 reasons. The first is that, generally speaking, larger bodies have more productive discussions, in my personal experience. The Complete Streets and Transportation Commission, in the last few years, I've seen that, I've seen us fully times where there were no vacancies, and then I've had other times where, currently now there is a vacancy, and having more voices just generally increases the likelihood that productive conversations, the right questions are posed, the constructive feedback is given on any sort of particular updates or regarding information or topics that come up on the agenda. And that allows us to better evaluate really anything that's coming down the pipe. The second point that I'd like to make is that the size of the commissions do matter in terms of the throughput of each commission. There are plenty of activities that happen outside of the commission. Sometimes the commissions themselves form ad hoc committees. Sometimes they volunteer for events like Spring into Green, or they volunteer to staff the bike valet. And oftentimes the most reliable volunteers come from these commissions, and we're basically reducing the pool of potential talent and labor when we cut down on the size of these commissions permanently. And finally, I'd like to bring up the point that when I talk about these ad hoc committees specifically, under the current rules, we at maximum capacity under the Complete Streets and Transportation Commission, we could have up to 3 people on an ad hoc committee. Permanently for all commissions, we would be able to only form ad hoc committees of 2 people. This effectively reduces the size of people working on a highly focused project by a third. And I think that this is, in the long run, quite detrimental to deliverables that need to be put forward thoroughly with the sort of judiciousness that the town council needs. And for that reason, I do not support this. Thank you.
The question, and I appreciate your speaking with experience. of this. So we were pretty much forced to have youth commissioners become non-voting through compliance with FPPC rules and disclosure. So that then brought a number of the committees down to 6. Do you think it's a good practice to have an even number, or do you think that the number should be increased to 7?
I actually think the number should be increased to 7. So I'll just I'll answer your first question, which is it better to have an odd number of commissioners or an even number? This is really a corner case scenario because in the vast majority of the discussions that are had in commissions, usually there's consensus. I don't think I've ever seen once in my time serving as a planning commissioner and in my time currently serving as a complete streets and transportation commissioner where there was actually a split vote or a vote that was so contentious where there would probably be an even number of votes going both ways. Usually there is a proposal that is relatively well crafted or it's quite bad and it just gets scuttled or passed. So we're really talking about a small proportion, and then we have to weigh that against the potential upside of having a larger commission that has an even number of commissioners. But I would generally favor a larger commissioner approach because then we have a larger pool of dedicated volunteers, and that's the basic thought process.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Mr. Yamate.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the Town Council, Gordon Yamate, and I'm here in my own personal capacity. I'm not going to make the mistake of running out of time, so I actually wrote my comments down. I hope you all had a chance to read them. Just maybe an update. One of our detractors has said that we're actually trying to increase the size of the DEI Commission. We are not. We're just trying to maintain the size of 7 members plus 2 liaisons. I've outlined in my letter the reasons for that. We're well aware of the staff resources, the limited staff resources, and of course, a tight budget, restricted funds. And so we have to be creative in terms of what it is we come up with in terms of proposals. And I think, it's a challenge, but it does mean that in many cases, to the extent that we appear at town-sponsored events, we need people to be there staffing the tables. We've had pretty good participation so far, and people who haven't participated do feel the guilt, and they will, in fact, end up doing something. So it's important, I think, just for us to have that manpower, person power to fulfill the activities that we're interested in participating in. I know you'll probably ask me the question about even number, odd number. Quite frankly, we're advisory, and as Mr. Suzuki had indicated, we do try to gain a unanimous or a consensus of the entire commission when we move things forward. I do recall one commissioner actually voting no on something, and it was pretty innocuous. It was about whether or not we should have business cards. So it was pretty minor. I will say, in all honesty, I guess given today's environment that we're operating in, it's actually kind of refreshing that we still have a DEI commission. I actually get people who didn't know we existed, and when they find out, they're very pleasantly surprised. I hope we can continue to support the community. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would echo about it being refreshing, and I try to attend every DEI commission meeting, and I don't see a lot of other folks there, but I get a lot out of it, and I realize the good work that the DEI commission is doing. But I wanted on the question of participation. I've been looking at the participation. Are you aware of like what the average number of commissioners is at your meeting?
We have never missed, we've never suffered a lack of a quorum except one situation, which was when council made the change with respect to youth commissioners, making them non-voting. But because our enabling resolution still have them listed as voting, we missed having a quorum, and that was, I believe, the August meeting. We do have, the other challenge is that sometimes some of our members have to participate by phone because of travel and the like, and even though they are present and participating in the meeting, they aren't counted for quorum purposes. I'm not sure what the rationale or logic is, but you know that. I think the question with respect to vacancies right now, you know, we had a vacancy for a member of the commission who stepped down back in April, and we were told that there were going to be no interviews, so that seat has remained vacant. You know, I do think that we ought to have a process, and maybe you ought to explore some alternative processes to just kind of fill the vacancies when they come up, so that we're not, you know, so shorthanded.
Okay, thank you. I did have a follow-up with regard to the number of attendees, and so, like I said, I do attend, I think, pretty much every DEI commission meeting, but I went back and I looked at the minutes. The average number of adult attendees over the last 16 meetings was 7.1, and the adult attendance rate was 79%, which was considerably lower than our other commissions. So I wanted to go back to one of the points you made about the work of the commission, and it seems that essentially you've been functioning with a seven adult member number of commissioners over the last 16 months on average. There were a couple where there were 8, but there were also some where there was 5 and 6.
I would say that, and I would recommend that when you do the interviews with new applicants, that you really stress the commitment, and that, you know, it is frustrating when people don't show up. You know, unfortunately, some of our commissioners who haven't participated on these types of bodies in the past just are unfamiliar with what the protocols are and how important it is for them to be prepared and to fully participate. I do think that this commission is different in the sense that we're trying to bring in non-traditional voices that aren't represented in the general. I mean, you're not going to get the regular folks who apply for these types of commissions applying for the DEI commission. And I think it's incumbent upon us to make an effort to go out and identify people in the community. I know that was raised when in the policy committee, and I agree that we need to be out there. In fact, just sitting down with my wife recently, she has some great ideas of people that we actually know, do business with in the town of Los Gatos on the retail side, restaurants and what have you, and we ought to talk to them because they're not going to be ones who kind of want to volunteer for things like this, but yet their input is going to be very valuable.
No, thank you. I'm going to go to just one other point is the constraints on the positions. I know we're trying to do that to bring in a set of voices, but I don't know whether you've had this, but I'm aware of actually quite a number of residents who said, I wish I could be on the DEI commission, but because of the constraints, there's not enough positions that allow that flexibility for a resident who may be a minority of some sort, but doesn't fit the constraint of the faith leader or the business owner or that type of thing. And that was one of the other concerns. Is that something that you're maybe contributes to having the vacancies that the commission has?
You know, I don't think so. I think it is perhaps challenging to find someone who will fit those categories, but I'd ask you, just like I did, I read the analysts, you had an outside consultant study this and make recommendations. They had specific reasons why they put those kinds of qualifications on that particular seat. And it was to get that variety of voices. If you just get residents who just want to be on it, that might be okay, but you got to, that's not, to me, the qualification to want to be on this. There's got to be something that you're bringing to the commission.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So I have two questions for you. One, I just wanted to hear, see if you could talk a little bit more about what it is about the DEI Commission that makes it unique in sort of needing more voices. I think, part of it is in the name, right? The Diversity Commission should represent a variety of viewpoints. But I wanted to hear if you have particular thoughts on what it is about the DEI Commission. You put some of this in your letter, but what it is about the DEI Commission that sort of necessitates the larger size.
I think, quite frankly, it is being able to spread the work out. Again, we're doing all the work. It's all volunteer work, and we are extremely conscious of the constraints on using staff. We intentionally, there are times when we're telling staff, we don't want you to have to do this work. We'll go ahead and do it. One of the commissioners will step up to handle the research or what have you. So it's just manpower, but I do think that if you're looking and trying to send a message of inclusivity to the community, just to cut back on the number of available seats, just to me sends the wrong message. I can't, with a good heart, find that very comforting.
That's helpful. And then second question is going to what the mayor was talking about, constraints on the positions. I could see in some ways, if some of the positions are very specific, and I get that, and that I could see that making it difficult to find the right person. How would it sit with you if the council were to create sort of priority, maybe the same priorities of we would like a business owner, we would like a nonprofit leader, and I think this is sort of from the policy committee, but if we cannot find that person, we will accept, any resident. Would that maybe make things fit a little better?
That's fine. I understand, the practicality of this. So yeah, that would be helpful.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Isto.
Thank you, Mr. Yamati. The mayor had some statistics, although I think what I'm trying to understand when he talked about, often there were 7 people at the meeting, or 2 missing. It wasn't the same people all the time. Is that correct? Because we do have an absence policy.
Well, none of them actually got to the number where they were going to be forced off because of their absences. So it wasn't.
Okay, so it sounds to me
the same.
Like that argues for the larger number, because if 1 or 2 people can't make it, you've still got a number of people participating.
Yes, that's yeah, exactly.
If you went down to 7 people, then you'd have 5 people a lot of times.
Yeah, I'm thinking of sort of 7 DEI at large, plus the 2 liaison commissioners. We don't have any control over who those people are. Right. And, I think it's really helpful for us to be working with those 2 commissions, and they've been very receptive and, very helpful in return. But they may not necessarily fill sort of the qualifications that we're looking for.
Right, thank you. I've thought about that because a lot of times when, I've been on another commission, the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission, which originally was created with one youth commissioner, one safe across the school person, one something, it was defined.
Right.
It didn't necessarily mean somebody from those commissions actually wanted to participate. Now,
Yes.
you have different times. So do you have concerns then if the other commissions go down to 5 people and then you've got a smaller pool of people to be assigned as the
Right.
liaisons?
Right. Fortunately, I would say, just thinking back historically at our liaison commissioners, they have been good participating members. We've gotten them on board. I think the discussion, like the one project that has been brought to you for your consideration, is a good example of how their commissions might also be interested in sort of joining as a sponsor of that kind of a project. So, it works. I actually instructed them both to take it to your own commissions and get some support for this, so.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I don't see any more questions. So I will close public comment and we'll go to questions or discussion. You're pointing to something.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, just yourself. Okay, Councilmember Rennie. Risto.
I don't see Randy's hand up. So I guess question either for policy committee members or Ms. Wood, why the decision to go to 5 instead of back to 7, which is what these commissions originally were before youth commissioner replaced an adult?
The question was posed to the policy committee, and the policy committee recommended reducing it to the 5 members. And I think some of the rationale was in terms of staff's capacity and additional requirements for recruiting and for retention, because there were previous vacancies as well. But the policy committee members can also state their reasoning.
Councilmember Badami.
Oh, I just wanted to make a comment.
Yes.
Or actually, I have a question for staff. So in reading Mr. Yamati's letter, he did, make a couple of statements, putting it on the town council that maybe we're partially to blame for these vacancies. So I want to make sure that I understand how what our process is for accepting applications. Is it twice a year? Is there staff time involved? The interview process? I mean, is that normal, twice a year? I mean, what more would we want to do to fill a vacancy in looking at applications and in interviewing people? If you could just remind us how often we do it.
Currently, we do the annual recruitment, which takes place in December, typically, and then the mid-year recruitment for any vacancies that weren't filled during that period. And this year we did the mid-year recruitment. We held that in April. And unfortunately, one of the resignations we received for the DEI, we received right after the interview process. So the typical process for that would be the 2 recruitments. But again, that would be up to council if there's more required. It is challenging sometimes to find a date for council to meet because we have to hold a special meeting. And then there is the recruitment process that we have to advertise and promote that, and then review the applications and put that through the process as well, create a staff report, and hold another meeting.
Okay, thank you. And then one other question. There was a statement that the town council needs to stress to applicants the importance of individual commitment and capacity to attend meetings. Don't we do that? I mean, staff do that, or should us individually council members meet every time with a newly appointed commissioner, or does the clerk do it, or does the town attorney meet with the applicants? Because sometimes there's, the FPPC forms that need to be filed. I don't know what more we could do. It's a pretty big honor to be appointed to a commission or a committee.
Correct. So on the application portal that we have currently, when you apply for a commission, it has all the commission information. So it has all their meeting dates on there with the times. And then when commissioners are appointed, we do an orientation where we go over attendance requirements as well.
Oh, thank you. That's what I was looking for, an orientation. So thank you.
Councilman. Vice Mayor.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I don't have a question. I have comments. If we're okay. So thank you to those that worked on this proposal. I really appreciate it, and I think that conceptually standardizing the enabling resolutions makes a lot of sense. I agree with a lot of the sort of more logistical changes proposed. However, I am deeply concerned about the proposal to shrink the size of our commissions across the board. I recognize that we are constrained by limited resources, and I deeply value our staff's time. However, I don't see commissions having 1 or 2 fewer members making any sort of meaningful difference in terms of staff time. I was shocked and quite frustrated to hear the proposal to reduce the size of commissions rather than adding one, and I haven't heard a compelling reason for why that is thus far. I think it's important to share that I have heard from several of our commissioners that they feel that they have had to defend their commission's legitimacy and existence, and that there is a sense among some, I think because we have made a variety of changes over the past year or so, that we have been chipping away at the commission's authority. I think the town council should be conveying just the opposite message, that we value our community volunteers who are willing to share their time and expertise with their local government. Being a commissioner is important, and it is often thankless, and I think that we owe it to them to show our appreciation, and cutting the number of members on our commissions sends the opposite message. I don't see us having any sort of meaningful vacancy or recruitment issue. We are full except for 2, and I think we could easily solve that with this sort of change in sort of priority qualifications rather than required qualifications on the DEI Commission. And I think underlying my frustration is in a time of division and uncertainty in our country, I see Los Gatos as a haven for healthy civic dialogue, and I feel that we need to be doing everything we can as a local government to encourage civic engagement and a spirit of volunteerism in our community. Commissions provide a meaningful, tangible way for people to make a difference and get involved in the community, and I think we should be providing more ways for people to get involved, not fewer. This is all to say, I will not support any proposal that decreases the membership of our commissions. To solve the issue of 6 members on commissions, I suggest adding a member, not taking one away, and I would only support a proposal that keeps the DEI Commission at its current size of 7 voting members plus 2 liaison commissioners. I'm totally willing to change on the sort of characteristics piece, and I'll just end with if over the next year we are unable to find people who are willing to step up and serve, and we do end up having any recruitment or vacancy issues, I would be more than supportive of revisiting this, but I am not at all willing to cave on this at this time. So I feel strongly that we should keep our commissions at 7 and 7 plus 2 members.
If I could ask a question, I know I attend every DEI Commission meeting. I rarely see another council member there. Are you aware that that commission has been operating as a 7-person commission for the 16 months, the prior 16 months?
Yeah, I'm aware of the issues with the lack of a member or 2. I think that's why I would support changing the characteristics requirements to be priority characteristics rather than necessary characteristics to allow for what you had talked about, a policy committee of allowing for residents to serve were we not to find the correct fit.
Well, again, on the where there were 11 appointed, and you take away the 2 youth commissioners, so that leaves 9 appointed. Effectively, it was 7 that showed up to the meetings over this time period. And that the attendance rate for the DEI Commission is 79%, which is considerably below our other commissions. So I'm really kind of baffled by why we think we need to make that commission that much larger than the other commissions. I think it should be somewhat larger, which is why I support the number of 7 voting plus the youth commissioners. But essentially, it's been a 7-member commission, and do you think they haven't achieved their work and we need more people in order to achieve it?
We just heard from the chair about how it would be helpful to have more members. So I trust the chair's judgment on this. I would also say I don't know why having 2 members who haven't shown up consistently is an argument for reducing the overall size. I think that's an argument that perhaps there are a couple people on the commission who are not dedicated.
Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I would also point out that if 7 people are showing up out of 9, it's not the same 7 people all the time. And so if you went down to 7 people, you'd have 5 people if 2 people couldn't make it. So I don't think reducing the number of commissioners on the commission suddenly increases the attendance rate. The thing I think about is these commissions were initially, aside from the DEI Commission, which was very specifically designed for a certain reason to maximize a variety of voices, the other commissions have always functioned with 7 until the town council years ago replaced one of the adults with a student, a youth commissioner, which added another voice, but it also created some absenteeism because not all the youth commissioners could attend. And that was a little frustrating when I was on some of these commissions. I look at the fact that if we go from 7 to 5, every absence is more impactful. Any middle of the year job change or something, life happens and somebody drops off a commission is much more impactful. Now you've got a commission of 4, and if it doesn't fall at the right time for recruitment, you've got a really small group. It impacts the ability to get volunteers for a variety of things. It decreases the effectiveness of how many ad hocs you can have. And when I think about for any commissioners that are liaisons, you now have a diminished pool of people. So I'm not seeing a lot of extra work for staff if there's 7 versus 5. That was a normal number in the past. And if somebody falls off during the year, then you wait for the next recruitment. That commission can still get things done. I see Rob Rennie's hand up. But I'm just feeling like we're actually going to go into an ineffective spiral as we decrease the number of commissioners because each absence is more impactful. So I'm supportive of keeping 7 or going to 7 adults on the adult commission, except for the DEI commission, sticking with the 9.
Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm actually think that just leaving it at the 6, which is what we kind of have now, is maybe the right idea, because we have had trouble filling a number of our commissions. Right now, they happen to be full, and I think I feel a little bit lucky they're full, but for several years, we had trouble in the senior services one getting it full. We had trouble at different times filling different ones. So I also agree 5's a little bit small. I don't really want to start reducing it unless there really is trouble filling commissions. I'm okay with leaving it at 6 because the commissions we're talking about don't really have critical votes that are going to be split down the middle. And if you wanted to put a provision in, okay, the youth commissioner is non-voting, maybe you say they're non-voting unless a tie is needed, kind of thing. And I think the reason for the non-voting is to help the quorum issue. If you can have them as a tiebreaker without having to add them for the quorum, maybe that works. Although I don't think, actually, if I think about it, 7 to 6 doesn't change the quorum number, does it? So maybe that doesn't really matter. I'm still thinking 6 is maybe an okay number. And the DEI commission, when we were staffing that, I was specifically thinking, we need a diversity of backgrounds and perspectives and thought processes on that commission. So I agree that commission should have more members on it in order to achieve what it's really trying to do.
If I could just clarify, with regard to the youth commissioners, we were given instructions by the town attorney that our youth commissioners could not vote in any case unless they filled out financial disclosure forms. Is that correct? So even in a case of breaking a tie, they would have to do a financial disclosure?
Yes, actually, staff contacted the State Fair Political Practices Commission to confirm that youth commissioners would need to fill out a Form 700, and the FPPC confirmed that that would be required. And so in the interest of not having youth commissioners fill out the Form 700, they were removed as members of the legislative body.
Yeah, and I raised a point related to that is, how can you compel a minor to fill out a Form 700? That seems to be a real problem with requiring someone under the age of 18 to do that. I mean, isn't that the case?
It is, but we did confirm the advice with FPPC.
Right. Okay. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rennie, our consummate compromiser, pushing for 6. I appreciate that. I don't see, with the quorum, being what it is, I don't see why 7 is not the best number. I will go back to, I think I have seen an increased interest in local government in the past few years since I've served on the council. I think there are a lot of people in our community who are very much interested in getting involved and being engaged. And so I will, personally commit to going out there and recruiting folks. I will just, I'll repeat that if it turns out that we can't get enough members for these 7-member commissions, we can go down to 5. I would compromise on that. But I think we should be creating opportunities for people to get involved. Rather than it going down to 5, we are kicking people off of our commissions no matter how you cut it. Even if it's we're not reappointing, there will be people who are currently serving on commissions that want to continue serving on commissions that will be unable to if we decrease the number. So I think decreasing is totally off the table. I could do 6 if that's the compromise solution, but I don't think that's really a best. None of the commissions are decision making, but I don't think that's a best practice.
Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I have a question for the town attorney, because as I'm thinking about 6 versus 7, now we have fewer people, but it's still, what is quorum with 6? Is it still 4?
Yes.
So you've got a higher barrier to reach quorum if we go down to 6. The other question is, how many people can be on an ad hoc with a commission of 6?
It would need to be less than a majority. So it would be 3.
It could be 3. It could be exactly half.
Yes.
Okay.
I
don't know, because
yeah.
I think I've been on commissions where we lost somebody and all of a sudden all of our ad hocs had to go down to 2.
Yeah. I think it's funny. The statute, if I remember correctly, says less than a majority. But let me look at that question while you continue the discussion.
I'm just thinking, I really would like to go back to 7 adult commissioners on all the others except for DEI. And I think it worked in the past. I know interest ebbs and flows. I do see a high level of interest. I know some years we've had an excessive number of applicants and we've had to turn away very interested and interesting commissioners. I think a lot of voices leads to better solutions. There's different perspectives. And to go back to, where I spent the most time on transportation and parking and complete streets, those areas, transportation is a pretty broad area. And so we had one person who was a huge public transit advocate. We had other people that were very much into biking. We had other people that were concerned about parking. And if you went down to 5, you might not even get that perspective on one of those topics. So I can see the similar kind of thing where, the Community Health and Senior Services Commission is doing a lot of work and outreach, and to take somebody off of there would just mean less gets done. And I don't think that's the direction we want to go. That's not what I'm hearing from our commissioners. I also look at the fact that our future leaders, our future council members pretty much always come from commissions. And, just this past election, nobody filed. Our mayor and I were reappointed. We need people engaged in our commissions. We need people getting engaged in local government so that they feel ready to run for town council or be more involved. And I just think reducing those opportunities is not helpful to our local democracy.
Councilmember Badami?
Thank you. So to Councilmember Risto's point, yes, you were reappointed as well as our mayor. But that speaks volumes that no commissioners or committee members wanted to run for council. So if that's a stepping stone, why didn't they run when they had an opportunity to? They didn't. And I'd also like to point out that council works very effectively being 5 members.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Unless others have thoughts, I'm ready to try a motion.
Before you do that, I can
please.
provide an answer to Councilmember Risto's question. So the statute does say less than a quorum of the legislative body. And so quorum is majority. And so 3 members of a 6-member legislative body could serve on an ad hoc committee.
And if I could ask a follow-up on a 5-member commission?
It would be 2, because 3 would be a majority of 5.
Right, that's what I thought. Thank you. I would just say that I think the council does very well with 5 people. I think that we're not kicking anyone off. We're allowing people to serve out their terms. Almost always there's a vacancy. So there will be opportunities for people to reapply. I also think that there's a substantial burden on staff with the large commissions. There's burden on recruitment and retention, but more and more there's a burden on compliance, making sure that people meet the qualifications of residency, of business owner, faith leader, all of that. That falls on staff. And also doing the training in ethics and compliance as well. So if the will of the council is to increase the number of volunteers who serve on commissions, it's going to have an impact. And I think we're going to need to look at what other services are the liaisons not going to be able to do. We usually have a very senior person as a liaison to these commissions, and we're in a very constrained budget cycle where we may need to make some cuts, and so increasing this at this time just doesn't make sense to me. And I think that 5-person commissions work well. I think there's an argument for 7 on the DEI commission because of trying to get the diversity. But going to 9 or having 9 on the DEI commission makes no sense to me, because we've been operating with 7 and accomplishing very good work for the last 16 months. And so why would we take on that burden? It doesn't make sense. Maybe there'll be a time when we have additional staff capacity, and we could take on a larger commission, but at this point, it just doesn't make sense to me.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'll make a motion to adjust the revisions to the enabling resolutions considered to have 7 adults on the commissions impacted by this policy, and to keep 7 adult designated DEI commissioners plus the 2 liaison positions. Additionally, incorporate a change to the DEI commission to change the required characteristics to be priority characteristics.
Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I'll second the motion, and I think, I think about the math that the mayor is bringing up, but he keeps saying that it's operating as a 7-person commission. If it were a 7-person commission, it would be operating as a 5-person commission because it's a rotating group of people that aren't there. And I think when there's volunteering or work that the commission is doing, there's 9 people doing it. And I also, I guess, if this passes, as we go to 7 people, we have to understand, maybe except for a quasi-judicial commission like the Planning Commission, the other commissions maybe only get recruitment once a year. And if they don't fill, or if somebody goes off, if that alleviates the burden of staff. I'd be interested to know, what is the most impactful thing to staff that occurs, whether the commission has 5 or 7 people. But I'm supportive of having 7 on all of the commissions and 9 on DEI.
I have a question for staff. With the current motion to increase to 7, what would that do for the Historic Preservation Committee, which I believe is at 5 currently? So we would be adding 2 positions to that one. Is that correct?
That's how I understood the motion, but it sounds like the vice mayor has more information.
I said in my motion the affected commissions. I was envisioning the commissions that had been reduced or proposed to be reduced, the ones that we had considered in this policy change.
Right. With my second, I was not including historic preservation. They seem to be on their own because they have longer terms and they have a whole different appointment approach.
Well, in the item that's in front of us, the exhibits refer to all of the commissions, the Arts and Culture, the Community Health and Senior Services, the Complete Streets, the DEI Commission, the Finance Commission, the Historic Preservation Committee, the Library Board, the Parks and Sustainability, the Personnel Board, the Planning Commission, the Youth Commission. Well, the Youth Commission has separate regulations. Yeah, so could it answer that question?
I see the town clerk has her hand raised.
A couple clarifications in terms of the DEI. So currently the exhibit calls out that there are 7 members, and those 7 members include the 2 appointed commissioners. So I just wanted to clarify that the intent is to be 9, with including the 2 appointed commissioners, and the 2 youth commission liaisons are not counted.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So then you're talking about 9 commissioners, including the appointed Arts and Culture and Community Health and Senior Services.
Correct.
And then the language that you want currently, the language we have in there is at least 3 members shall be Los Gatos residents, and up to 2 members may be individuals from the business owner, employee, or faith leader. So would you like that language changed to up to 4 members, maybe? Because that was the language we included to allow the flexibility that if it didn't meet that criteria, you could then select a resident.
Sure, that sounds fine.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And then I'll just clarify, I'm referring to 6 commissions in my motion. The 6 commissions that have had that we are changing the enabling resolutions of, which is Arts and Culture, Community Health and Senior Services, Library Board, Parks and Sustainability, Complete Streets, and DEI. The 6 that are being considered for changes.
And I can also clarify that as well. In the resolution, under section 4, we have membership and qualification, and it says the member shall be appointed, let's see, where is it? I believe there is a 2, unless otherwise provided by ordinance of the council, each advisory body shall consist of 5 voting members, with the exception of the Youth Commission and the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion. So then we would just change that word from 5 to 7. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
For clarification, is the library board included?
Yes.
And what about the personnel board?
The personnel board is established by ordinance. So the ordinance would refer to the personnel board, the planning commission, the finance commission, and the historic preservation commission, the committee.
Okay, thank you. The concern that I have again is about increasing the size of the commissions and the workload on town staff. And so if this were to pass, I would be interested in an update in the future from the town manager on the impact of services, particularly the time of the liaisons and the impact on town services of increasing the size of the commissions at a future council meeting.
Is that the desire of the council? Because we can answer some of the questions now. I mean, we don't have to schedule
Sure.
an agenda. Up until we approved a work plan that defined the action items for the commissions, there were significant impacts coming from the commissions depending on what the requests were. I think that's mitigated that to quite an extent. However, we have to also consider that some of these commissions have multiple staff members that staff those commissions, and so we have to be mindful about what level of effort the council wants to have staff put towards the commission work versus other operational work. And that's not a conversation we really talked about. When we first formulated the DEI commission, I don't think it was properly conveyed to the council the significant level of effort that was required for staff liaisons in that role. And so I asked staff to assess the amount of time they were working on the commission and the work that also involved individual engagement by DEI members. And at that time, it was assessed to be about 10 hours a week of staff time. And so that was mitigated more after we approved those work plans. So long as we adhere to those work plans, the additional staff work with more members will relate to recruitment, ensuring the training, follow-up associated with that predominantly would hit the administrative functions.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Risto?
Aye.
Councilmember Ennie?
Aye.
Councilmember Badami?
No.
Vice Mayor Moore?
Aye.
Mayor Hudas?
No. So that concludes that item, passes 3-2. So our next item, let's see, are we ready to do the police report at this point? We had tried to do that a little bit earlier, number 15, I think.
I think at this point, we're now into shorter items, so I would just go in the order.
Okay, so we're ready for number 13 then.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Monica Wren, Economic Vitality Manager. Before you this evening is the request to adopt a resolution to grant consent to the County of Santa Cruz to establish the Santa Cruz Mountain Wine Improvement District and include the town within that district. The group is currently the Santa Cruz Mountain Wine Growers Association. They work with a variety of wineries in the area, and they are looking to broaden our participation and marketing for the area. So we have 4 entities in town that within your staff report that would be affected by this. This would not cost the town any direct dollars. However, it would be 1% of the wine that's sold direct from the wineries to the consumers. And then with us this evening on Zoom is Kiki McKay. She is with the Santa Cruz Mountain Wine Growers Association and has been spearheading this effort with Civitas advisors, so she's available to answer any specific questions that staff may not be able to. Thank you.
Okay, are there questions about this? So I had a question. There's a financial impact, correct, for certain businesses, not for the town government, but for certain businesses. Is that correct?
That's correct. And of the 4 that we have, one of them is actually only a grower now, so they would not be affected at all. And then the other 3 would only be affected on the wine that's sold directly to consumers, not to restaurants or other retail locations.
And has there been any feedback from any of those businesses or from the Chamber of Commerce?
The consultants have reached out to the Chamber of Commerce. The last time we spoke, they hadn't heard back from them yet. We did receive, of the 4, we received 2 DocuSign agreements where the folks were supporting the improvement district. The third one, which is Saison, has reportedly provided verbal confirmation but has not signed the DocuSign. I've had extensive conversations with Galley Tasting House or Tasting Room. They had some concerns and we're just kind of looking to chat through the different scenarios. And I received a message from her yesterday that she's in support of going forward.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. And along those lines, my understanding is that wineries were also given the option at the beginning of the process to opt out of being included in the district. Is that right?
I'm going to have to turn that over to Kiki, but my understanding is not necessarily, but they did adjust the boundaries. This was a very much a moving target, I think. And so when the business plan was established, that's what was adopted. So they have to keep that business plan in place. So for example, the McCarthy family is not on that original one. And then as the process has evolved, they've come down to adjust the lines and come to those 4. However, that plan cannot be modified until the hearing at Santa Cruz County, and I'll ask if Kiki has anything else to add.
Hi, sure. Happy to answer any questions here, but no, there's not necessarily an opt-out, but we did consider the boundaries and adjust them as we went through the process to bring them closer to the actual AVA elevation lines. And so they originally were established along the Streets and Roads Act, and we wanted to be more true to our AVA and cognizant of those that are actually part of the wineries of Santa Clara Valley.
Okay, that's helpful. So I guess, yeah, opt-out is perhaps the wrong way to say it, but I know the boundary was changed. Like Prolific Vineyards is one that operates in Los Gatos, and they were not interested in being included, so the lines were redrawn to exclude them, right?
Yeah, the about 5 different wineries in the Los Gatos foothills were, the boundary was moved and they were excluded.
Got it. Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. No other questions. Let's open it for public comment. I don't have any cards on this. I don't see anyone raising their hand. No? Okay, so I'll close public comment and go back to the council for questions or discussion. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, just a few quick comments. I think this is super exciting. I think this is a great change. I think the prospect of the Santa Cruz Mountain Wine Improvement District and having Los Gatos in that, I think will be very good. I think our community has some really high quality wineries, and I think it's, I think there's often a sense from people in our community that you need to go to Napa or outside of the county to, experience a really good winery. And so I think this will help our local businesses and community partners both improve awareness around our local assets and provide economic development and vitality for the town. And I appreciate the flexibility that's gone into this. From I've paid attention to this a little bit, and I think it's great that those that don't want to be included don't have to be, and the ones that are in are really in. So I think it's a great change.
Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I mean, when I first saw this, I thought, oh my gosh, we're voting, but somebody else is going to be paying for this. However, I think as the process unfolded and trying to accommodate as many wineries by setting the boundaries sounds good. The fact that we have local wineries that are wanting to be a part of this is encouraging. And I love the idea that, not only will our local wineries in the hills, in the mountains get support and some marketing, this will flow over into Los Gatos, and I think that can only be a good thing. So I'm very supportive.
Okay. Councilmember Badami.
Thank you. I don't see a downside. I mean, there's no cost to the town. It will increase visitation to the participating wineries within the town of Los Gatos and the potential for increased sales tax. So with that, I'm going to make a motion that we move to adopt a resolution granting consent to the County of Santa Cruz to establish the Santa Cruz Mountain Wineries or Mountain Wine Improvement District and include the town of Los Gatos within the district.
Councilmember Risto.
Second.
Okay. Is there further discussion? Okay. So we will now take a roll call, please.
Councilmember Risto.
Aye.
Councilmember Rennie.
Aye.
Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Moore.
Aye.
Mayor Hudas.
Aye. So that passes unanimously, and we can now move on to item 14.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Nicole Burnham, Director of Parks and Public Works. Okay. I can get this going. Why is the content not coming? Yeah, surprise. That's all right. I can do this. Anyway, yeah, let me open the presentation on my laptop and I will just move along. All right.
That's contained in an addendum, correct?
It was an addendum that came yesterday. You would have received it via email yesterday.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna keep moving. If we get the presentation, great. If not, we're just gonna do this. I'm Nicole Burnham, Director of Parks and Public Works. We are here to talk about adopting a resolution to modify Town Council Policy 1-08, the transportation impact fee. So there's 4 specific areas of modification, and I will walk through each of them in the ensuing slides, if I can keep them working. Would you mind, Jen, are you able to advance for me? Okay, thanks. It'll just keep us going. All right. So and I do want to note that this is a change to the policy. We are not proposing a change to the traffic impact fee associated with this. That would remain the same. We will return later with an updated traffic impact fee when we have a townwide traffic model that we can use as the basis for that. So one of the key things that we want to change and that we're updating in this policy is the project list. So this is an abbreviated list of what's in your packet. You saw this at past meetings in 2023 and 2024. We are replacing the 2014 project list almost in its entirety, and this was critically important because almost all of those projects have either been completed or deemed infeasible. The 3 highlighted projects that are shown here are carry forwards from the 2014 list, but all the other ones are new. So next slide. Another change that when we went through a series of study sessions with the council that we talked about that council had interest in was the ability to offer reduced fees or credits for affordable housing units specifically targeted to extremely low and very low income units. So this policy change updates that and allows us to provide those credits. In the previous iteration of this, I think council had to make a decision on every single one of those. This allows staff to do it. And the next slide, accessory dwelling units. So the policy change allows us to charge impact fees on accessory dwelling units of 750 square feet or larger. This is consistent with our current town code, so this change catches the policy up to town code. The next slide on credits is probably the most complicated one, but it boils down to this. Items 1 and 2 are really about how we would give credit to a developer for work they do to implement one of the projects on the project list. So a developer says, hey, we're going to, this is our frontage, we're going to do this project for you. Items 1 and 2 clarify how we would give the credit and make it fairer to the developers. Because right now it's a little, there's a lot of staff discretion in how those credits are applied. So items 1 and 2, the proposed changes, 1 being that they could get credit for the full value of the construction cost that they spend up to the value of their TIF. And the second credit is if they had to dedicate right-of-way to make those improvements, then we would give them credit for the land value. Again, only if it's on the project list, which is fairer to the developments. And then the third change in how credits are applied pertains to how we calculate credits for existing trips on a site. So if there's an existing use, it's generating existing traffic, do we, when they pay the fee, charge them for all the trips associated with their new use or only the incremental change? This clarifies, allows the policy will now be clearer on how that gets charged. And so with that, we are seeking council's adoption of the resolution to modify this policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councilmember Badami.
Thank you, Mayor. So we have a desk item from Ms. Svenberg that has to do with conversion of an existing structure to a legal ADU. Would this result in a fee assessment?
Yes, it would, I believe. Yes, that we would, if that application came in, we would work with CDD, define whether this change really makes it an ADU by our code. For those of you who may not have seen the desk item, it articulates that it's a unit that doesn't currently have a kitchen, but would be proposed to add one, which would make it marketable as a rental, which it's not currently used at. It was built as a pool house. So I think a lot of it's going to come down to case by case, but in that specific instance, I believe we would recommend that it be charged fees.
Thank you.
Just as a follow-up to that for a moment, if we wanted to exclude conversions from the TIF, would that be something that would be possible to do to modify the language to allow for ADU conversions without the TIF?
I'll try, and then there's two different, I would say from a technical perspective, I don't think staff would recommend that because conversion or not, they generate traffic. So, you know, over time, multiple ADUs in a neighborhood are going to increase the traffic volume, and we need to be able to mitigate for that. That's what the point of the traffic impact fee is. But I think our town attorney would weigh in on this as well.
Another purpose of this policy is to catch this policy up with the town's ADU ordinance, and the town's ADU ordinance currently provides that units of 750 square feet or more do pay the TIF. And so if the council were interested in exempting certain projects, staff would recommend that we also amend the town's ADU ordinance.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And I was just that's the goal of this is to include those sorts. It is to include ADU rental units, right?
Yes, it is, of 750 square feet or larger.
Right. Okay. So the example that was provided, I think that's only fair, in my opinion. I mean, people obviously aren't going to be enthusiastic about their particular ADUs being included, but I think it makes sense, you know, to apply the policy broadly.
Okay, I'm going to go to public comment. I have Manuel Salazar.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. Hi, good evening, Mayor, members of the Los Gatos Town Council. My name is Manuel Salazar, and I'm going to be speaking tonight on behalf of STA Home. So first off, I want to thank town staff for their thoughtful work bringing this policy forward. Specifically in today's development climate, it's really difficult to get affordable housing moving through the pipeline. So this, change is going to make a lot of these projects more financially feasible and ideally, unblock some things that have stopped them from moving forward until now. This proposal is smart, it's targeted, it's a good step toward making it easier to move forward deeply affordable housing in Los Gatos, and we're really excited about it. So with that said, we strongly support the proposal for 50% reduction in transportation impact fees for deed-restricted housing units serving extremely low and very low-income households. While the fiscal impact may be modest, this kind of change can have a real effect on projects' viability, especially in these smaller and more complex developments where every dollar counts. It also reflects a good balanced approach, one that aligns with state housing goals while showing that Los Gatos is serious about supporting affordability. Other cities have actually done something similar. Mountain View, Palo Alto, Sunnyvale have all adopted fee reductions or waivers for affordable inclusionary units. And Campbell specifically very recently created an affordable housing overlay district that includes incentives like reduced parking fees, increased density, and relief from certain development standards. Together, these policies show a clear regional commitment to helping affordable housing get built. The proposal also fulfills Program O of the town's housing element, which commits Los Gatos to reducing fees for extremely low and very low income projects. And adopting this update will help make good on that promise and position the town as a leader in advancing inclusive and affordable communities. I urge you to support the staff recommendation, and thank you for your time and commitment.
Thank you. And if I could just ask, what organization are you representing? You mentioned it, but it wasn't clear.
Yeah, of course. STA Home. We do affordable housing policy and advocacy all over Santa Clara County.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't have any other public comment. I don't think. No. So I'll close public comment and go back to the council. Questions or comments? Vice Mayor?
Just a quick comment that I really appreciate the thoughtful solution on the 50% for affordable housing. I think, I remember expressing strong feelings about that, and I think it's a great compromise. Thank you.
I had a question about the fiscal impact of this and what we think that is. And I wanted to start on page 3 of the staff report, table 1. It outlines the last several years of fees collected. I was struck by how small that number was. And the 1 year where it was 2.7 million, what did that mostly come from, and was that sufficient to fund all the changes that are associated with that development?
That 23-24 payment, Whole Foods made a payment that year of $2.3 million, a little bit more than that. In addition to paying that fee, they also are funding the improvements of the intersection at Los Gatos Almaden and Boulevard. So they not only paid their impact fee, they also constructing improvements.
I see. Okay, that's really helpful to understand that. These small numbers that are in this table, is that sort of what we can expect?
I think that ADUs, I mean, we have seen a number of ADU applications. It seems we're getting about 50 a year based on the information we had when we prepared the staff report. So I think we'll see a bit of a bump in this number in the coming years, mostly from the ADUs. I think.
Okay, thank you. Other questions, comments? Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I appreciate the work that went into this, and also, you know, the bifurcation. We're not talking about changing the fees right now. We're just changing the approach, updating our list, and, you know, looking at our ADUs and getting our policies in alignment. So to me, this is very straightforward. I think it'll get a little more interesting when we start talking about what the fee level is after we get the study. So I'm ready to make a motion, if that's okay, to adopt a resolution to modify Town Council Policy 1-08, Transportation Impact Policy, to update the project list, modify charges for affordable housing, allow for charges on accessory dwelling units, ADUs in excess of 750 square feet, and clarify how credits might be issued. Or how the credits are calculated. Is that specific enough? I mean, I know it's stated in here how it'll be done. But...
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's my motion.
Vice Mayor?
I will enthusiastically second with a big thank you to staff for all the hard work that went into this.
Thank you. I did have a question. Since this is making changes, is it to policy 1-08? Is that correct?
That is correct.
So I'm looking at page 22 of 44 of that policy, and it specifies the analysis time periods. And I'm concerned that we don't routinely analyze, or we don't require the beach gridlock traffic conditions of Saturday and Sunday from 9 to 3 p.m. I do see that it's an optional item listed below, if I'm reading that correctly, but is there a reason that we wouldn't expand what is in the current policy to include the beach gridlock hours?
I'm actually going to defer to our town engineer on that one.
Thank you, Director Burnham, for that. I think it would be important to go ahead and include that when we go ahead and redo the policy and relook at when we do how we calculate our fees. But at this point, we're just trying to update a few minor items within the policy document, again, related to ADUs, credits, and then our project list.
Okay, is there a plan to bring that back before the larger policy back before the council sometime in the next year or so?
I know it's something we're looking at in terms of beach traffic and the analysis. We're hoping to do that once we have an established traffic model, a townwide traffic model, and we're making progress on that through other means right now. But we hope to bring that forward to council in the near future.
Okay, great. Thank you. Other questions? Then I will ask for roll call vote.
Councilmember Risto?
Aye.
Councilmember Ennie?
Aye.
Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Moore?
Aye.
Mayor Hudas?
Aye, passes unanimously. And so that brings us finally to number 15. And thank you for that That was in an addendum, correct? Okay.
Thank you. Good evening, Captain Rebecca Albin with the Police Department. Here to brief you on the 2025 Military Equipment Funding Acquisition and Use Policy. Before we start, just to manage expectations, I should let you all know that this is almost exactly the same presentation that you heard last year, with the exception that this time last year we had anticipated the purchase of 2 drones, which we didn't end up making, so it's even less than last year. With that, next slide, please. Part of AB 481, which is why I'm here talking to you tonight, is that, I want to say a slide got slipped, but that's okay, is that we have a community meeting that's a whole nother one. It's okay. Part of what it requires is that we discuss certain categories of certain materials that we have that are considered of military type, of which being a paramilitary organization, we have things like that we use in the course and scope of our duties. The requirements of AB 481 include that I provide you all an annual report detailing everything that we have and the use that we use it for. And then we have an additional follow-up meeting publicly accessible to anybody that would like to come and ask us questions and see what we have, which, next slide, will be taking place after this evening on Wednesday, October 15th at the library around lunchtime. We did it last year right after school got out. Nobody came, so I thought maybe if we do it at noon, we'll get maybe even one person would be an improvement. So anybody that's interested in hearing more about all the different equipment that we use to do our job, I'll see you at the library on October 15th. Next slide. With this, I'm just going to go down what the different categories are. Next slide. Of the 15 reportable categories, we have items that fit into category 1, 10, 12, and 14. Category 1 is robots and what's basically popularly considered as drones or UAVs. Category 10 is firearms and ammunition, rifles and such. 12 is noise flash diversionary devices, otherwise known as like flashbangs that you probably see on TV when they run in and they throw the thing that makes a big boom, as well as tear gas. And then 14 is kinetic energy weapons and munitions, which would be kind of like the less lethal options, not firearms. Next slide. This is a breakdown of the items that we have that fit into the aforementioned categories. We do have a robot. We do have several UAVs or drones, as well as rifles and ammunition. We do have a flashbang device and tear gas, as well as our 40 millimeter less lethal launcher. Next slide. Just in case there are any thoughts to the contrary, we do not have anything that we've gotten through any federal programs such as 1208 or 1033. And in case anybody asks, I did look ahead of time because I didn't want to seem like I didn't know what I was doing. The 1208 is the same thing as 1033, it just preceded it. So my understanding is that 1033 is just the more recent version of 1208. But either way, we don't have any military equipment that was given to us by the federal government. Next slide. So after tonight, you have 2 options. Either you can say that everything that we're using, we can keep using, which is certainly the hope, or you can decide that you don't feel comfortable with us using it, and then we can't use it anymore, which would not be ideal because these are all things that we need to do our job and keep our community safe. Next slide. Again, we do have that community meeting that we will have on Wednesday, October 15th at the library, at which point any members of the public can come and speak to us and ask any questions that they have. We will probably have some of these items on display should anybody want to see what they look like in real life. And the goal of tonight, as I said, is hopefully that we can adopt the ordinance that we've had since 2022 and allow us to keep using the items that we've been using to keep our community safe. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the council? And I do not have any public comment, so I'm just going to close public comment at this point because there's not even anyone online. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. Always interesting and enlightening. I had a question about Category 10 firearms and ammunition. I'm curious. So we report on rifle calibers 223, 308. Do we have? I was surprised, but after thinking it through, it sort of makes sense on the quantity of ammunition we keep. Two questions on that. Do we keep that all in the POB? And if I'm asking anything that is super secret, please stop me. Do we keep most of that on site, and then do we keep comparable amounts of pistol calibers? Because I know police officers can decide what caliber firearm they use on their day to day, right?
Yes. So we do keep our ammunition in armory. Some of it is in the patrol officers' vehicles, maybe loaded in their rifles. And then I wouldn't be able to say that we have a comparable amount of, for lack of a better way to say, handgun rounds, because I just don't know how many we have. I could certainly get back to you on that. But we do have rounds that we maintain in the armory because we do have range qualifications that we need to do. We need to replenish our rounds after we shoot. And then, we all have the rounds in our guns and our magazines that we carry every day. And then, there are some people that are more gun enthusiasts than others that probably have more rounds or have less. So, it's certainly a figure I could get you. I just don't have it offhand.
Yeah, I'm mostly curious. And then the other question I had on that was like what the churn rate is, like how often we're sort of cycling through. Because the one of the thoughts I had was that much ammunition you could, I know it says no expiration date. Theoretically, if you have ammo sitting around for 15 years, it could become less usable or less safe. So I'm curious how, what our sort of protocol is on that. I don't need the answer right now, but just a curiosity.
Okay. Well, we do have range masters, and of course we do have our SWAT team. So we have lots of people that are very, very passionate about this space, and every bullet is accounted for. And as you saw in the report and in the presentation, we know what year we bought everything. And certainly if something came to the point that it was at end of life, we wouldn't use it because we need to make sure for all of our liability, of course, that we're using things safely. And the way that they were intended to be used.
And if I may, through the mayor, just to add a little bit more to that. So per post requirements, we are required to qualify at least twice a year for standard sworn officers, and oftentimes there's even a potential additional day and makeup days as well. So we do go out and utilize a lot of that ammunition. In addition, our crew or our SWAT team is required to train a certain amount and practice more frequently with the firearms. So they are going through that as well. And in answer to your question about the handguns, our officers are allowed to carry 9, 40, and 45 caliber weapons. So we have a variety of ammunition so it can accommodate those different ones. And then recently through the COVID time, there was supply chain challenges that we went through, and we had to navigate some of that as well. But we don't keep it on hand for any extended period of time. What definition of extended would be, I would really have to check with. We would have to check with our range master. Sure. So I hope that offers some perspective
That's
on
helpful.
The use of it.
Yeah. Thank you both.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, or want to move this forward? Councilmember Badami.
Thank you.
I'm very comfortable renewing the existing ordinance, so I move to, pursuant to Assembly Bill 481, renew ordinance approving military equipment funding, acquisition, and use policy, and determine that use of military equipment identified in annual report complies with standards.
Councilmember Risto?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, I just add a comment. You know, it does feel a little bit like this report is a little perfunctory and, you know, but I think there's a reason for AB 481, and that is if something is going on and the town is acquiring a large amount of arms and things like that, it's important for the public to know. So thank you for putting up and with that requirement and going through it. And I think it is a public service that we do have this on our agenda. I think it's required every year, correct?
It is required every year.
Right. Okay, thank you. Yep. Okay, so I believe we have a motion and a second. And so can we have a roll call on this, please?
Yes, and just to clarify, it's to adopt a resolution, correct?
Yes, the ordinance is being renewed via resolution, and the motion sufficed.
Okay, great. Councilmember Risto?
Aye.
Councilmember Rennie?
Aye.
Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Moore?
Aye.
Mayor Hudas?
Aye. So that brings us to the end of our regular items, and so now we can go to council matters. And so I think we'll start at this end of the room. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I spoke to two of Los Gatos' service clubs, the Lions and the History Club. I visited the Hillbrook School, which I'd never actually been on the campus. It is such a impressive institution of learning and creativity, and the kind of space where I would have done a lot better as a rambunctious young kid. So really impressive place. I attended Saratoga State of the City, which was a really, really nice State of the City. I attended Campbell's earlier and then Saratoga. Saratoga did a really good job where they incorporated, they're trying to build out their Safe Routes to Schools program, and so they had a bunch of Safe Routes to School stuff built in, and the mayor did a really good job with that. I was impressed. Along with the mayor and Chris Todd, our emergency manager, I attended Supervisor Abe Koga's Wildfire Summit. That was really interesting. They sort of started at a very more academic, philosophical level about, you know, sort of the newest, best wisdom in fire science, and then brought it down in a second panel to more, you know, policy oriented change. And I thought there were a few interesting nuggets that I took away from that. I attended the Los Gatos Birdwatchers 30th anniversary celebration, great local business. I attended the Los Gatos Art and Wine Festival and the St. Mary's Fair, and I have held the first two meetings of the second cohort of my Young Leaders Group.
Great, thank you. I'll go Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I don't have a lot to report because I was out of town most of the time. However, I got back in time for the St. Mary's Country Fair. And, you know, this annual event is put on by the school and parish, and it's a community-wide event. I just want to give a huge shout out. This year's fair chair was Christy Boscovich, and this was the first green fair. So the entire event was completely plastic-free. I worked the hydration station, and I just joked last year that I felt like I was shredding my soul having to sell plastic bottled water. This year, all beverages were sold in cans, or we had compostable cups with refill stations. All the utensils and plates were also compostable, and there were compost bins out for the used item. I think truly Christy and her team demonstrated that very large events can be successful and sustainable. And people didn't think it could be done, and she did it. So I think this is a model for all large events large and small in our community. Thank you.
Councilmember Badami.
Thank you, Mayor. On September 23rd, I participated in a meeting of the Council Policy Committee along with the mayor. On the 24th, I participated in a board meeting of Silicon Valley Animal Control. On September 24th, the same day, I met with Scott Valley of Federal Realty regarding restoration hardware. On the 30th, I also met with Leslie Gardino of Canyon Snow Consulting regarding restoration hardware. On October 4th, I also attended the St. Mary's Fair. And October 6th, along with my fellow council members, I participated in a study session meeting with the Finance Commission.
Thank you. Councilmember Rennie.
Since our last council meeting, I only have one item that I attended a Silicon Valley Clean Energy Risk Oversight meeting, and I have nothing to report from that.
Thank you. And for me, on September 18, I observed the DEI Commission meeting, and then the following week, I participated at the Council Policy Committee meeting on the 23rd, and then also participated at Supervisor Margaret Abe-Koga's wildfire. And this was really interesting because there was some real data that was presented by some of the academics at Stanford, and they also are interested in working with us. And so I think that I know that Mr. Constantine and Mr. Todd also attended, and I think it was very interesting about some of the innovative approaches that we can take on wildfire. I participated at the Community Health and Senior Services Commission meeting, and then I was involved in a Los Gatos Thrives special meeting on the 29th, and then again participated on a meeting that Congressman Liccardo put together for West Valley mayors. And that was interesting to hear about how to survive the shutdown, as that was just about to happen at that point. And then I had a chance to speak at the Leadership Los Gatos meeting on the 3rd, where we welcomed a new group to the class. That's just a wonderful class that town staff now puts on. And then that was pretty much it, because there was a special meeting, of course, of the Council and the Finance Commission last night where we looked at investment policy. So with that, ask the town manager for any report.
No report from the manager.
Okay, town attorney.
Thank you. Earlier this evening, the town council met in closed session with regard to real property negotiations at Fort Tate. The town council authorized the action that was taken on the consent calendar. With regard to the conference with legal counsel on anticipated litigation, there is no reportable action. With regard to the conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation in terms of the initiation of litigation, the town council did authorize staff to potentially initiate litigation, and the nature of the actions, the defendants, and the other particulars, once formally commenced, will be disclosed to any person upon inquiry, unless to do so would jeopardize service of process. And that concludes the report.
Okay, so with that, that concludes our meeting for tonight. This meeting's adjourned.